Let's see if we're actually off to the races or if I'm just pretending. There we go. Race 1 started, race 2 started. We are go for liftoff. I don't know what the appropriate thing to say here is, but we're it. So, it needs no introduction. Best soundtrack potentially ever? I don't know. I think there could be an argument to be made of that. Let's make sure that technology is cooperating. It looks like it is. And let's get on into the Potamus people. Return to the colony that is my first and still running only Rimworld ideology colony. Certainly has had lasting power. A more professional streamer might have loaded it before they started the stream, but I am not that man. Okay, where are we? We've been cleaning up quite the mess, which is very exciting. We have some visitors swinging by. These, I feel like I had to make cables here to be able to toggle those on and off using the cheaty toggle method. You got to take advantage of what you've got. Why do we have a piece of pemmican here, and why is there a marble chunk right here? All right, nobody saw that. We're still sitting on a lot of luciferium. Wow, well over 300. And we definitely need to get rid of that rat corpse ASAP. That needs to be hauled. All right, and yeah, things are seeming pretty stable. I feel like I should just saw some bits and bobs that need. Is this currently? Yeah, this is in need of a haul. And there's some bits and pieces out here that need to. We need to get better at cleaning up after ourselves. That can all go away because that is this is all bows. We want those to deteriorate. We could put a crematorium here. Is that what it's called? Yeah, an electric crematorium. All right. We could put one here and have people work on that stuff. Hello. But seems hardly worth the price of admission. Oh yeah, we've been working our way up this way, which feels pretty good. Ooh, why are you gathering here? I definitely don't want this to be a gathering spot. That much is for certain. And I guess we can. Well, let's look at our. We're in the wake of some events right now, so I think we probably can leverage the bears a bit more to clean things up, and probably also deconstruct these. And I should just order all of this to be hauled, because we'll eventually get to it. This area is a little easier to clean up. It's all relative, but we have a faster retreat if we need it. All right, let's engage warp speed. Flynn's on a shoot frenzy. We're still waiting for an inspired creativity to finish this up. And for some reason, I started bestowing honor on bangs. That was an error. And I think now we're working on Tony, if I recall correctly. Have I started putting some honor on you, Tony? I thought I had. No, maybe not. Yeah, Edie. Yes, yes. Amboss's account. And we started putting some on Bangs. I guess because Bangs is an aesthetic, I did that. Which is fine. We might want to keep pushing that forward. Just so we have a second countess. Plenty of food. More travelers swinging by. I set these to be part of the work zone, expecting that someone would come out and take care of it. I'm a little surprised to see that that has not happened. Hold on, Kenta. Did you do both? You did do both. All right. Okay, what is... Kenta's... Oh, Word of Serenity, because we don't have him currently recruited. All right, and that section is done. What a different world we live in now. A cleaned up world. I barely recognize it. Hey, Joke! I fixed the order of the last spell playlist. Thank you for pointing that out. It is corrected now. My day has been nice. It was kind of a low-key one. I took care of some administrative things that needed wrangling, and now I'm chilling out in the Rimworld. I don't know if this is a game that you're familiar with. I remember roguelike deck builders were on your list, but if you've never played Rimworld, it is it's awesome in the colony simulation, automation, colony design, story department, which is why I remain so in love with it after so many years of playing it. I think it is my most played game, or at least high on the list of most played games. I have about, I think I have almost 900 hours in Rimworld, and have loved every minute of it, to be sure. At the moment, we're in a pretty late stage colony here. Everything is pretty well established, and we're just kind of enjoying the ride. Although at the moment, we're starting to overflow a bit on supplies. We should probably just make this a dumping stockpile for the moment and green light the bears into this space. I think that's probably our best bet. There we go. We'll get all that going. And then this, let's clear all. Let's put steel in here. I wouldn't say too eager. I just haven't gotten around to it yet. Today was not the day to do that. But I have written down on a piece of paper right here. I have both Under Rail and Vault of the Void. And those are both going to be... on the list in the very near term. So, oh, this is a beautiful thing. So we're trying to, I guess I should probably put Devil Strand in here. And cloth, it looks like. So this is going to be our new overflow, and I'm trying to react to the fact that this, which is our temporary holding space, is looking a little full at the moment. I am exactly the same way, Joke, and that is why I am particularly excited to check out. I think Vault is the first one that I'm going to take a look at. Based on your descriptions, it sounds very interesting. I did remember one other game that I don't know if you've ever run across, a game called Trials of Fire, that is in some ways I think similar to what you described Vault of the Void being like, in the sense that you basically have like a predefined deck for each class. Ooh, masterwork button down. I might have made the priority of this a little too high. if I'm being honest. It seems like we've pulled a lot of stuff out from other places. But that's okay. We'll figure that out. I should probably just adjust this from being preferred to being normal. I don't think that'll move anything around. But good to get this stuff warehoused somewhere other than here, so as we have bits and pieces that come in, the polar bears will have a place to safely put it all. Ah, yes. That is the one joke. Yeah, so you have 3 characters. They have individual decks. Each battle takes place on a small hex grid. Line of sight matters, etc. I played a decent amount of it on the channel early on. Had a lot of fun with it. It unfortunately started to feel a bit like the last spell is feeling now, where the difficulty ramp stopped feeling particularly rewarding. But very neat concept, and I love the kind of like token-based character game board design. Our chem fuel supply is looking decent. How are you doing, Mugs? You have a slate block on top of your head, Mugs. Oh yeah. Still suffering. Muggs is the resident prisoner and villain of our colony, to be sure. Muggs was responsible for the death of one of our 2 original polar bears. As you can see, our colony is currently has a serious polar bear infestation in the best possible way. We have almost 60 polar bears, all of which are descended from 2 polar bears, one of which is still amongst us. That would be Lolita here. Here's Lolita, still working hard. Lolita is 25 years old, which is pretty old for a polar bear. And her partner, the original 2 polar bears, her partner was Nanook, who was killed by a doomsday rocket launcher wielded by none other than Muggs. Yeah, everything starts out very, very one note, and that was one thing that I was wondering how Vault of the Void was going to handle that, because I think that the idea of having kind of like prefab, preset decks that you kind of like upgrade and develop over time has kind of pros and cons, for lack of a better way to describe it. So I was wondering if that was how exactly Vault of the Void handled that, since I think you said that it was kind of like a predefined deck with, I think, a 20 card deck potentially is what you said. Ah, yes. So joke in Rimworld, to give you kind of like a high level overview. So you have colonists. Our colonists are across the top here. They each have living room where they live, etc. Then there's a wildlife tab, and within the wildlife tab are the animals that frequent your region. So we have wargs, timberwolves, turkeys, raccoons. You can hunt those animals for meat, which you need to make food, and then you can also try and tame them with varying degrees of success. When traders come by, they will sometimes carry with them already domesticated animals. And we actually spent a great deal of the money that we had on buying a breeding pair of polar bears that then bred. And if we just grab a random polar bear here and we go to its social tab, you can see that it is related to almost all of our other polar bears, but its great-great-grandmother is Lolita. Its brother, nephew, uncle, cousin, granduncle, cousin once removed is Gussie. It keeps track of all of the familial relationships, and the game is very, very dense in that regard. So, like, also clicking on this polar bear, well, if we click on someone else like Edie, you'll see every action that Edie has taken. When she tried to train one of the animals, who she talked to. For instance, Edie talked to Steroid about bayonets, and then Edie spoke about the weather with Flynn. And these actions, when friendly or not friendly, contribute to the overall relationship score of the animals. Of the colonists. So which colonists like each other or don't like each other. So as an example, we can see here that white and Edie have a very strong relationship. And that's due to some deep talks that they had, some chit-chat, and the fact that they are both body modders. So they both like to augment their body with bionics. So the Rimworld is a staggeringly deep game, but it's fun. You know, you can train these polar bears to carry things for you, to guard you, to attack when you command them to, and then also to rescue you if you're injured. They can go out into the battlefield and collect you and move you to a safe place. So in this particular colony, I am primarily using polar bears as my means to haul large amounts of stuff. So when there's things on the ground, polar bears help me to relocate those things safely. And the most useful thing for animals to haul are corpses. So this is our corpse graveyard of people who have come and attacked us that we had to, in self-defense, kill, because we would never kill cruelly. But most of our colonists don't like viewing or interacting with corpses, but polar bears don't have a mood, so they are not bothered by that. Okay, joke. So you start out with a base deck, much like the Silent has a base deck or the Ironclad has a base deck, and then you develop it over time. Which that makes sense to me. That is, I will say, very similar to the way that that Trials of Fire handles it as well. Except I think that there's a much greater emphasis on upgrading the cards that you have and a much slower influx of new cards. So, you know, take that for what you will. But that does sound up my alley. And I'm very excited to see the art. I really, after this stream tonight, I will have some time and I will definitely go take a look at it and probably add it to my Steam wish list. And then I'll be kind of shopping for maybe a lucky sale, but also the potential that it might, that there'll be an opening in my schedule. Because right now, most things are spoken for, and I'm kind of, Lolita just had another polar bear, which means we need to go to our animal tab and take a look at polar bear 226, who is not going to be joining the colony because we have too many polar bears. So we'll just slaughter it. We'll get a bit of meat and a bit of polar bear fur from that. Sorry, but we have an infestation problem. So let's see. I was gonna put. Well, we need to take a look. The cadence of events is relatively well defined. So now is kind of a bad time to be sending people out into the kind of demilitarized zone that surrounds our encampment. So for the moment, we're going to hold off. But then I want to send someone out to kind of like disassemble some of these structures and clean things up. And then at some point, I may actually claim another geothermal geyser here. These ones, they're a little far out there. These three, but the power from them would be a nice thing. But yeah, with Rimworld, one of the things that's so great about it is as you start to design and devise a colony and get everything working, like you establish zones where people are allowed to go to, and you know how the colony is supposed to interact, it starts to run itself a little bit. You know, when you've got it dialed in, everybody's doing the things that they need to do. We know that Steroid is keeping us stocked with 60 lavish meals. We know that you know, everyone is eating in our dining room. Everybody has their appropriate places to sleep. So, you know, things kind of come together and you sort of automate yourself out of a job until raiders attack. And then there's a way that you can kind of micromanage the pawns when raiders attack. And that's kind of the other half of the game, is the tactical half of this game. But right now, our colony is just working very hard on kind of processing the influx of steel and brick that has come in as part of our efforts to clean up the countryside. Now, Valentin, we probably don't want Valentin unrestricted. So when I switch that up, I am limiting Valentin to the blue area here. And the purpose of that is perhaps the number one cause of death of pawns in Rimworld is them going to do something that you want them to do, but in a place where they lack the ability to run to safety quickly enough. So, they get kind of caught out of position. So you want to be very mindful of that. And I largely do that through using zones like work that are designed to limit the acceptable locations. Although I just remember that Valentin being a cook actually goes on the cook one. And the difference between the cook and the work zones is literally this one square right here. And it's because what I don't want happening is I don't want the entire colony traveling into the freezer, which this area here is frozen. You can see it's minus 10 degrees as opposed to a balmy 21 in this space here. But I don't want all of our colonists traveling through the kitchen, which is this room here, because it will make the kitchen dirty, and dirt causes food contamination, which causes food poisoning, which causes people to be vomiting when I need them to be not vomiting. Oh, so I am a huge fan of Rimworld's music. We're in a lull at the moment, but Rimworld's music really gets me in the zone. But I've watched a bit of Tropico. I've never played Tropico. I love the open-endedness that I think you're saying is not your favorite. But another one that I really love from a colony management perspective is Oxygen Not Included. I don't know if you've ever picked up that one. It's by a developer that I'm a huge fan of, Clay Interactive, and it's another really, really fun one, for sure. Here's one of those jams. Yeah, Rimworld's music is just so chill. But yeah, I know of Dwarf Fortress, and I never really got into it, which is surprising because I feel like Dwarf Fortress is spiritually related a bit to NetHack, which is a game that I have played a fair amount of back in my younger years. Yeah, so Oxygen Not Included had in its original incarnation, it was a little directionless, but now they've added like space exploration to it, and so there are goals for research and development that seem pretty engaging. I haven't gone back to it in a while, and it's a game that I would really like to, because there's a lot of fascinating development that's been done on that game as well, in terms of Oxygen Not Included is incredibly real to life in the way that like conservation of energy works in the game. Like, they do a really good job of creating systems where if you're creating a lot of energy and as a result a lot of heat, you have to think really hard about how you dissipate that heat. All right, so we have a trader coming in. So this is what I was saying about traders. Like, we can tell that, oh my gosh. So very randomly, this warg, which is a dog-like animal, attacked the caravan that was walking by. So the caravan has now engaged it, and that warg is no more. And you can see Sir is tending to himself as the caravan kind of, I don't know where it's going to settle. I hope this isn't our new gathering spot. That would be very inconvenient for me. Because I don't want Edie having to run all the way. Yeah, this is not a great location. But we'll send Edie over to see what they have for trades. Oh. And the shuttle has arrived. Joke, you will be surprised if you decide to play it. It's very, very well tuned in that regard, so you get kind of nothing for free. There's no such thing as free energy. You're always generating and trying to manage heat and trying to dissipate heat, And in a way, there's like even like a heat death of the universe type of reality. But as a reminder, the shuttle has arrived to pick up the 3 squirrels that we were caring for, which means that Nifty, Bijou, and Crescent are now going to get loaded into a shuttle and returned to their owner in exchange for, I don't remember, maybe we got a neuroformer? It's hard to say. We got something out of it. We'll find out. All right, so this is the trading interface. We have a bunch of geese. I think I'm just gonna sell a bunch of. I mean, I don't need to sell them. We can just slaughter them for meat later. It's fine. It does look like we're gonna get rid of a lot of miscellaneous leathers, though. Every animal, for the most part, has their own leather. So we have. Our coffers are rich with leather that we don't really need. We'll pick up their advanced components. We don't need their cloth. In fact, I'm going to offload a bit. I'm going to offload a bit of the cloth that we have. We'll take all of their Nutrimine. We don't need their chem fuel. We have too many types of meat as well right now. So all of the nickel and dime meat, I'm going to just get rid of here. Yeah, there we go. We're gonna have a hard time making up 9,000 though, with only 1 barrel. We may need to send this stuff away some other way. Ooh. They have a psychic helmet. We like that. Yeah, no, I see it. I see it. And is that your background joke? Are you by trade a chemical engineer? Because I would be very curious about I would be particularly curious about your take on it if that were the case. Oh, cool. Awesome. So you're currently at university for that? Oh, my word. There's really not anything that we want from them, so I need to be a little less aggressive with some of the stuff we're selling. I guess we'll keep the bird skin. We'll keep the big piles of skin. That sounds awful when I say it that way. Yeah, we'll do that. All right. We still get rid of a fair amount of stuff. So I was a computer science student for my university, but I lived in a house with a bunch of electrical engineers, civil engineers, chemical engineers. We were all on the ultimate frisbee team together. So I have, I would say, only passing knowledge of chemical engineering, but at a very high level, my understanding of oxygen not included is that they have done a relatively good job of at least keeping the trade-offs in place so that there's no sort of free lunch. Oh, interesting. So as part of your bachelor's, you're doing kind of a study on... Oh, Sir succumbed to their wounds. That was, I would have saved them had I known. You don't pay attention for 1 second, and all of a sudden, Sir the veterinarian passed away. Heartbreaker. But yeah, I guess the game that is the most interesting from an engineering perspective, this is a bit of a tangent at this point, but Factorio, the developers and the developer blog for Factorio is exceptionally good. Yeah, I would say that's accurate joke. Like I'm certainly not trying to represent that they've kind of like perfectly created a realistic simulation, but yeah, they've made clever trade-offs that I think by their nature, are also educational in the sense that you kind of learn a bit about the way those trade-offs work in real life, which I think is fun and fascinating. Okay, is this loaded? All right, let's send this off and see what. Oh, Morrison got some title action. Nice. I guess Morrison was the person that I decided was getting the royal titles now. Glad we remember. In fairness, this is basically a colony full of royalty at this point. Almost everyone has a royal title. And we should be expecting some excitement any moment here. Yes, so Satisfactory and Factorio, I think, are two sides of the same coin, in the sense that that I think, other than perspective, they're very similar. The game that I actually first cut my teeth on in terms of logistics engineering is actually Minecraft. So some of the more modded Minecrafts, like specifically in like the Feed the Beast space, are very heavy in terms of like piping, automation, crafting, those types of things. And I love those types of games as well, and have played a lot of modded Minecraft as well. Yes, I think it was a inspired and an inspiration type of situation where Tekkit. Is that the developer? I'm not actually familiar with Tekkit. That one, that is a reference that is beyond my expertise. So let's see. We should have some excitement brewing on the horizon, I reckon. Oh, I should probably get the bears collecting our new bounty, not leave it to rot in the rain. There is a decomposition mechanic in Rimworld, so... Oh, so a mod pack for Satisfactory or for Factorio? Or for Minecraft. Sorry, I may be late to the party here. We may be talking about Minecraft, because the ones that I was most familiar with is like, oh, okay, so yeah, like, what were the ones that, there were a lot of logistics mods early on. Later in my playing, things like Ender.io was very dominant. Then there were the requester pipes from, I'm blanking now on the particular mods, but yeah, the Minecraft modding scene has birthed so many of those types of things. And they are so fun. I would love to do a modded Minecraft series. I have a lot of Minecraft on the channel. I started playing a vanilla game, and I just got... Oh, well, there's our first raid of the... Oh, what? Hold on a second. I need to... They will prepare for a while and then attack. Got it. Okay. Right now they look like they're just coming this way. Alright, this is a decently large group. This group... These all have sniper rifles. These all have sniper rifles. Okay, we're going to have a lot of sniper rifles. And that's a pretty low risk to us. We may run into a situation where people are starting to get tired, though. That would be the one concern. I am definitely interested in mechanics, so I'm all ears, joke. Yeah, this is not a particularly scary contingent here. We just, I think about now, it's probably time. So I'm currently enlisting my my troops to get them up here. I'm going to take... ooh, Amboss is... Tony, do you have a shield belt? Yeah, you do. Alright, they're beginning their assault, which is great. I just want to keep these two out of the line of fire. But they're going to filter in. Ooh, female psychic soothe is great. Now, I don't think we need to, but just to be on the safe side, I'm gonna let some come in, and then we'll Ooh, Neoverse. Okay. So, here comes the crew, and then what I'm going to do is once we get a few inside, I'm going to use a Berserk Pulse to make sure that they don't... maybe I don't even need to. Yeah. So this is what we call a kill box. Named for no particular reason. It's a mystery why we might call it a kill box. I think this one's going to mostly deal with itself, so I'm going to write down Neoverse. Now, when you said if I'm interested in mechanics, what type of mechanics were you referring to? Like, who just got malaria? Mugs just got malaria. That's a beautiful thing. Bebor is going to be just fine. She's nice and tough. Are you saying, like, interesting game mechanics or specifically, like, mechanical mechanics? That's not a great way to ask that question, I realize, but... All right. Raid is over. Sandra was down. Let's see if Sandra's at all interesting. Trigger happy jealous psychopath. No thank you. Please expand upon your mechanical mechanics. Mechanical mechanic. Let's see how much Valentin got in terms of happiness. Killed 4, so we can have Valentin come and do some work and have Bebor finish off Sandra, and everybody else can kind of... So right now, Valentin is a bloodlust pawn, which means that Valentin gets a great deal of enjoyment out of the murder of others, which doesn't necessarily make Valentin a nice person, but we do like to do him the favor of giving him a few extra murders when the opportunity arises. Fast learning psychopath nudist. No thank you again. Uh-oh, Junior. I don't think you're going to make it. No amount of optimism was going to save Junior there, unfortunately. And then, as I was saying before, the beauty of this setup is the bears do all the corpse cleanup and potentially eat some of the corpses too. So they're going to do all the work. But yes, so the question I was asking about mechanical mechanics, was just... We had been talking about Oxygen Not Included, which is a game that I would consider to be a very mechanical game, in the same way that, or mechanics-driven game, in the same way that that Minecraft modded with, say, like logistics mods and logistics fulfillment and those sorts of things is a very mechanically driven modded game. Oh, okay. Yeah. So I'm very interested in games that have interesting and novel mechanics for sure. Like that's a sweet spot for me, to be sure. Now, let's see. Of all of these guys, all these raiders, I don't think any of them even had no good armor. No nothing. So You can see, you potentially just saw that. It was very quick, but Kenta had a bad thought. It's missing at the moment. But Kenta had a bad thought or a bad moodlet. Yeah, actually, that's where we would see it. We would see it in needs. Yeah, so observed corpse -7. So Kenta's mood is slightly depressed because of the observation of the corpse. And then now we have a staggering number of sniper rifles that we need to offload. All right, and then someone... It's not going to be Kenta. Kenta's already pretty bummed out. Valentin just had a lot of fun. So let's have Valentin come and do a quick burn. So what we do when we max out corpses here, we have someone come here. They light a fire. Then they step out. Actually, they step in. We no longer hold the door open. And then we forbid this so no bears enter the room while it's getting burned off. So this is a cheap and easy way to deal with corpses. And actually, one interesting thing is you'll see a lot of like spontaneous combustion happening here, and that's because as the room heats, it's currently 519 degrees Celsius. Flammables have an increased chance, so we'll probably see this cap out around 1500. Oh, maybe 1000 Celsius is the max. Yeah, gets nice and toasty in there, and then it'll burn off, and we'll be able to vent it. I do like games that have that type of thing. I particularly am a fan of games like that don't that create systems like that without there being a right answer. I think that's the most delicate balance when you talk about game design and roguelites is the accomplishing what we're describing, right? An interesting game, novel engaging mechanics, and doing it in such a way that there isn't kind of like an optimal strategy. That's one of the things that I think... How do I want to put this? It's one of the things that I think a couple of games I'm playing currently struggle with. There used to be a statue here. I wonder what happened to that. I could probably put a new one there. Oh yeah, I made this uranium grand sculpture. That needs a home too, doesn't it? There we go. Put that there. So this is a masterwork uranium grand sculpture. We have 2 tendrils of Dwayne here. Where would we put a giant uranium grand sculpture? Oh, I don't even think we read it. So the title was A Polar Bear's Beat. Joke, this is another amazing facet of Rimworld, is it procedurally generates everything, including things like the description of the art on things. So for instance, this piece of art is, on this work is an illustration of a polar bear collapsed in a chair while being tended to by a doctor. A large group of dying finches lay on the ground. The image contrasts devastation with cruelty. This portrayal refers to the polar bear being stricken with the plague on the 6th of April, 5522. So literally every piece of art in the game has a ridiculous artwork description that goes along with it, which I think is just fun. There are a lot of little things like that. A bit waifu, got it. All right, let's see. This has cooled down, so we can go ahead and open this back up so that future corpses will get in there. Oh, Turner did indeed die. Oh, Turner was the boss. Was he actually the pirate boss? It's very interesting, if true. Every faction that we encounter has a crew. So right now, Dan Griliopoulos is the moral dog of the Club Wolves, which is their leader, and the Devil Outlaws, their ethical dog, which is an even more hilarious name, is Ileana Nose Rush, who we have seen before, I'm pretty sure. A threat cluster. Let's see, what are we working with here? Oh, we could have a persona weapon named Houdini that causes hunger. Centipedes, lancers, pikemen, scythers, one defoliator. Oh yeah, that's a tough one, Joke. That's a very interesting. I don't know if we've talked about Darkest Dungeon, since I don't think you've been here for any of my Darkest Dungeon streams, but that was a huge challenge that Darkest Dungeon struggled with. Was the delaying, or kind of like stalling. And what you don't want to do in a game like that is create an incentive structure where playing the game is miserable if you play it optimally, right? I think that is for sure like one of the saddest things that can happen. So I just took White and Valentin and said that they could wander further, and I flagged this group of Muffalo to be hunted. So White and Valentin will work their way through the horde, which will be a nice little bump to our meat supply, which is still pretty good since we killed a bunch of maddened elephants not too long ago. But yeah, I think there's so much art to the creation of games, to be sure. I've talked a bit a couple of times about that. I did a bit of a review of The Last Spell and some of the things that I think are challenging about it. Mist-sensor juggling. So are you referring to my practice of getting the mist-sensors down to 1 hit point and then killing them the next night to kind of like get the timing set up properly on them? Because that I think that mist-sensors as a concept are interesting, but currently are very very unrewarding and very uninteresting in terms of gameplay. I think that mist-sensors need a lot of work. There's a lot of facets of The Last Spell that just don't feel particularly rewarding. One of the things is that the meta progression of The Last Spell absolutely is designed to gate you from any possibility of success until you've unlocked enough stuff. Okay, this is an emergency. Lolita's having a heart attack. So we need to try to do everything we can to get her taken care of. Who's our best doctor? Morrison. Tony's only an 11. Mule's a 13. Okay, we're gonna have Steroid. Steroid, get on it. Steroid is very very good. And then we're also gonna have Edie come over here and do a pain block. Okay, and then we're going to need a second person to come over here. No Steroid. Oh. Is the heart attack already over? Wow, that was way better than the last heart attack that we dealt with on an animal. I think we saved Lolita's life with our fast action there. Turt Spanish, our singular turtle here, 153 years old, had a much more debilitating heart attack. That one we knocked out pretty quickly. So yeah, let me think a second for how I would want to handle sensors, because yeah, right now they feel kind of shoehorned in, and the only difficulty spike that feels worse than the mist sensors, which I think can be handled, right? Like obviously I've beat the game plenty on difficulty levels above the mist sensor difficulty level, but the worst difficulty spike is the flat increase in movement of the enemies. Like the game was just never designed for that level of movement. So I think that feels very unrewarding. We're not going to build this. So yeah, I think one thing that could be interesting is make the miss sensors recede if you hit them multiple times. Like maybe give miss sensors 3 levels of emission. Right? So like there's a max radius, a middle radius, and a turned off radius. And anytime you hit them, you toggle them down 1 notch. And each turn they increase by 1 notch. So then you could use AoE abilities to keep them under control. But if you weren't... Oh. Okay, that was a very short social fight. But that way you're spending a bit of your action economy in order to attack the miss sensors, or they're growing and they're limiting your vision. But you have kind of counterplay without having to just spend a bunch of time running around and killing them, which doesn't feel good, and I don't think creates an interesting or furthers the game too terribly much. Let's see. So I think I don't have a shredding order that includes... So let's see. This is for biocoded weapons. This one is for biocoded and non-biocoded melee weapons. Then we have this one, which is for biocoded and non-biocoded ranged weapons. And does it include sniper rifles? Yes. Awful through good. Okay, I think we should be processing these sniper rifles. It's just going to be a bit before they get done because we have a lot of slag. We could probably, if we wanted to test that, we could move this weapon smelting up to be with the other weapon smeltings. But yeah, so I like the idea of multi-hitting them so that like you want to have AoE attacks so you can do some damage to the bad guys while also pushing them back. Yeah, but I mean, I like the idea of the mist. I don't love the idea of the mist sensors. Like a lot of the issues I have with the last spell is I feel like you're a bit shoehorned into like a single viable strategy as the margins become thinner and thinner and thinner for winning. And that's always a hard place to be at in roguelikes in general. And I think Slay the Spire does an exceptionally good job of it. Okay, so dead starts, I have a lot of thoughts about, Joke. Because I've been thinking a fair amount about this. I think that you should be, at the beginning of the game, presented with 9 characters and have to select 3 of the 9. And the 9 characters should be randomly generated. And the reason that I say that way is I think that, among other things, it opens up a lot of opportunity for kind of fun, different playthroughs, right? Like, so if you did 9, you have 3 melees, 3 ranged, and 3 casters. And then you could be like, I'm going to do an all melee start. I'm going to do an all caster start. So it would increase the value of, say, the production buildings, right? So I could be like, I'm going on an all range start. And so I'm going to invest. Oops, sorry, I didn't mean to whack the microphone there. I'm going to invest in a bower early on. Right? Like, and I think that those types of things would make the game feel a lot more rewarding to play through and also create more interest. Like, you might look at your 9 characters and be like, oh, wow, I generally don't like taking a lot of melees, but this particular melee build looks really good because we got some insanely good perks, right? And so then there's a lot more strategy to night 1 and the way that you're setting up your first night. And you know that if you're taking melee, you may struggle and that sort of thing. Yeah, absolutely. And I think that I think I read somewhere, and I think it's in the next patch that we're going to be seeing improvements to the perk system. And I would love to see them go a little bit the Darkest Dungeon route. And what I mean by that is I would like for everyone to have a positive and negative things. I kind of like the way that they did the perks, where some perks are good and some perks are bad, but a lot of them I think fall flat or aren't particularly interesting in the way that they perturb the gameplay. So seeing more diversity and more interesting perks would be great. And, you know, and then it also opens people up to be like, okay, I'm going to do a playthrough where I just take the first 3 people that are offered, right? And then that can be an additional challenge that people can take on. But right now, the early game feels too RNG. Like your first couple nights, especially on higher difficulties, hinge so heavily on getting the right combination of folks. Oh, and that's another thing. And this one may be more controversial, but I really feel like the only starting with one weapon also really limits the game pretty substantially. Because once you get into the game, it means that you're always leaving action points on the table, which feels bad. You know, like in the early game, you basically will eventually know that a short bow that is a normal bog standard short bow is not going to be able to one-shot kill a runner, as an example. I don't know if this one is actually true, but a lot of them are. And so you know that certain combinations of certain weapons are not going to be able to do much, right? So like the problem that we have in the early game is the breakpoints don't line up well, to the point where you have to spend, say, 2 actions and you only have 1 weapon. So that might be half of your total effective capacity for dealing damage. And that just doesn't feel good. So to a certain extent, I understand how buying weapons can be like a counterbalance to development, aka like, right, you have to invest in the characters and things like that. But yeah, I mean, I think they could do, so there's that perk, which is the specialist perk that makes all weapon charges have 1 additional. And maybe what it should do, and this is potentially also controversial because I think it's a trash perk right now, is it should give +2. And if you aren't holding a second weapon, so if you have a free hand, you should get +1 on all of your abilities. So the idea would be that when your characters start out, they get a little bit of a bump, but it's basically trash, right? It's like 1 extra attack with a short bow or something like that. And then if you take specialist, you get 2 extra uses of that weapon, or maybe even 3, to be honest. I'm not sure I would take specialist even if yeah, oh, the breakpoints on night 1 suck. They are just miserable. On night 1, you just sometimes get into a situation where you're like, okay, I can't kill things that I need to kill in one hit. And there's nothing you can do, and there's no recourse that I could have had. There's no different way that I could have played that would cause that to turn out differently. Because on night 1, you're just walking in with whatever they've handed you, and you just kind of have to make do. So that's entirely, like, there's no more pure example of a game developer being like, here is the way that I have designed the game. You have had no agency, and you can't do this thing, so it is clearly, straight line. I have designed it to be that way. And that does feel bad. Okay, so the sniper rifles are collected and hopefully slowly getting processed. Although we probably have to add them here. I don't know how dropping that slider will affect things, but I think we're going to start seeing sniper rifles show up here. Oh, we got a fire. Oh, that's a big fire. All right, we'll have Bibor come and drop some psi focus. Didn't even get it done. Oh, and we don't have enough water skips to get it done, do we? All right. Elliot can finish it off. There we go. All right, that did deplete our power. Normally I have this battery backup partitioning our power grid, but I had a momentary lapse of focus, and that'll do it. Quest available: the Mad Prisoner. Nectaros, a yeoman of the Exodus Empire, has been caught in bed with the wrong person. He imprisoned the inappropriate lover in a show of rejection. Now he wants you to keep the prisoner, Isaias Stumpy Keopus, caged until the scandal blows over for 16 days. Stumpy is sick with blood rot and will need daily treatment for the disease. Unfortunately, the court rivals are paying the club wolves to try to break the lover out and bring the story to light. There will be 3 raids of roughly this size. Those are decently big raids. We could get the Promise Sender, which is a psychically quiet kill sorrow item. That's not very interesting. We could pick up some Res Mech Serum. We already have a fair amount. We might do this just because 3 raids would be spicy. A little spicy addition to get things going. Let me think on that for a minute. Yes, Joke. I could not agree more that I think the reality of many games is that fun and difficult are never the twain shall meet. You know, you may just have more fun playing on a lower difficulty, and you just need to come to grips with that. And eventually, I get to that point with most games. I would like to pretend. But I do find that the standout, you know, best games, most enjoyable games, games that I love the most are the ones that that deliver real challenge and real scaling challenge while also being super fun and super rewarding when you defeat them, right? It's such a fine line, though. Such an art. Sorry for the drinking sound there. Let's see. So are we going to do this over 16 days? We'll have 3 raids of roughly this size. 3 raids of like 60 pirates. Got 2 Res Mech Serums, but I seem to remember we just picked up some Res Mech Serums, so we're sitting on like 5 of those already. That would be, I think, too many. And 12 Honor, we can get that for a lot less, and the Promise Keeper was trash. So we probably won't do that. We're having a hard time rebounding on power, I will say. But I guess our day-night cycle, so our colony is now a bit nocturnal. I shifted our schedules around previously. So that's probably also affecting the fact that normally your power generation happens at the same time that your pawns are awake. So, hard to say. I think that is a very wise way to put it. Oh, Dark Fiesta is expected. Nice. We get to have ourselves a party. Everybody's awake. Let's do it. Our last Dark Fiesta was unforgettable. Will we have a repeat? We're just having ourselves a little party. Ooh, combat supplier. Nice. We'll be able to... Oh. It was a fun Dark Fiesta. Nice. We like fun Dark Fiestas. Then we'll call. The Lorne Corporation is flying by on a spaceship. And we will see what we can sell them. Maybe a lot of sniper rifles? Who knows? Maybe not. Definitely some flak vests. We have 1 extra EMP grenade. They have 2 excellent charge rifles, which I think are better than what we're rocking right now. There's the sniper rifles. We'll sell all of those. I have no interest in keeping or breaking those down. We don't need the reinforced barrels or the smoke shells for sure. We'll take all their medicine, all their components. All right, let's divest some of our smoke leaf joints. All right, we're already too rich for their blood. And I haven't even gotten rid of all the garbage. That's okay. That's what buying 2 excellent charge rifles is for, right? An excellent Phoenix armor. That's ours. I don't really want to sell that. Normal shield belt is trash. We'll get rid of that because it's partially used, and those. Hey, Robbie, it's good to see you. How is your day going? Hope your Monday is treating you well. All right, I'm just gonna full send on the smoke leaf joints. We don't need to keep that many. Well, maybe we'll do like 400 of those and like 200 psychite tea. Ooh, that was too much. 100 psychite tea? That's good. All right. A little bit of a loss there, not too big a deal. Glad to hear it. Yeah, I'm hoping my schedule is going to get back to normal, Robbie. It's been a battle trying to get things settled down on this side so I can stream normally. Oh, thank you very much, Joke. I appreciate the tip, and I will endeavor to do my best. But yeah. Thank you, and sleep well. Have a wonderful night. So, where are we? I think I want to start clearing out this lower segment here, which I think we can probably at least remove some of the natural like I think we can cut that off like relatively easily. Yeah, have a good night. Thanks for hanging out and giving me some things to think about. I always appreciate it. There we go. And I'm just going to zone this for work so that people who want to come down here, like Randy, can come and clear this out just so it's a little less. Oh, hello. Let's get that closed off so we don't get a random infestation over in this corner. That would be not very much fun. Yeah, it's getting better. Getting better, Robbie. That's the best we can hope for, right? But slowly things are settling down, and I think my father is in a much more awesome place than he was before, and yeah. Life's pretty good. I have a little more free time and a little more flexibility. Flynn, why have you betrayed me? Now, Randy, you're on cooking, Randy. Now you're on work. So Randy should make a beeline for doing this mining, which should only take him a few seconds. Randy just broke one single thing and then turned around. My screaming, Robbie? I know what you mean. I just got a chuckle out of that. But yeah, I miss streaming too, and it's so nice when I come back and get to see everybody and kind of reconnect, because it feels it feels good to get to return to such things. And screaming, I just pictured me screaming, and that gave me a chuckle. Ooh, we got rare thrumbos. Probably should put out some bait food to lure them in. We'll see where they naturally come, though. Maybe we can just get them. Oh my gosh. Okay, so she's still having a heart attack. She's still having a heart attack. You do indeed, Robbie. I have no doubt about that. I think you have an awesome sense of humor. Oh, all right. We got Lolita up again, but these heart attacks we seem to be trending in a bad direction with heart attacks, unfortunately. I don't know how much longer we're going to be able to keep Lolita alive. There we go. We're going to remove that roof area. Remove those roofs. Okay, and I'm glad I didn't go any deeper here. I may have gone too deep here. We'll see. And then... should I just hunt them, or should I try and... I think I should try and lure them in here. I think it's more beneficial for us to get them in here. And if I do this, and then I just grab a spot there. Clear all. Critical. Fungus. Bears should drop off that fungus ASAP. We're not doing the Arconexus yet. Famous last words. All right, so Randy's going to take care of this, but I want to make sure that we're not... Perfect. Looks like... yeah, I think I cut that off just right. So the value of smoothing these out is pretty nominal, but it means less spots for like pirates to sneak in and kind of like, you know, if there's like a drop, you won't get like a weird pirate hanging out here with a really advantageous position on you, which is something we'd like to avoid. Oh, I don't think I actually got... Randy? Oh, come on. There we go. All right. Randy goes back to cooking, and we remove this roof area too. Perfect. And hopefully that hasn't radically changed the path and caused this to be a valid valid burrowing attack strategy. Because that's what we don't want. Okay, White, do you have Word of Serenity? Okay. As much as Bibor clearly started that fight, I'd rather put Kenta in a coma. Sorry, Kenta. Dweeb's Salvation. Pete, the prime archotechnist of the Hwai, says that his friend has been wounded while traveling. The victim is Dweeb, a 41-year-old menagerie keeper. Pete has nobody to spare to rescue Dweeb, but says that if you can make it to Dweeb's position and rescue her, she will join you. Pete says that there may be an unknown threat. I don't think we're going to be rescuing Dweeb. Seems very unlikely. My condolences, Dweeb. Alright, and I think we probably want... I think we probably still have Valentin on unrestricted. Meteorite of silver ore has landed down here. At some point I'll just have to take care of these to get rid of them. A buck has self-tamed. Still my heart. For the time being, I'm gonna put Valentin back on cook because I really want White to be doing the hunting because White is less likely to elicit a negative reaction from the Thrumbos due to White's animal handling. Which I'm hoping White gets on the case relatively soon. I guess it was almost the end of White's day. I'm very mindful of the fact that I think we're extremely due for some action. So, oh, looks like one of the... oh no, Thrumbos have not wandered off. White, what is your plan? Can you just get started? I have plans for you. Need you running around slightly less and Thrumbo killing slightly more. Okay. Come on, stun. Okay. Oh, you were too slow, White. Oh, come on. Don't ruin my line of sight here. Burden seems to last a fairly long time. Alright, maybe not. But that could have gone better. I don't really care about this singular buck, if we're being honest. Alright, let me get Valentin out here, and I'll do another Thrumbo before this one wanders away. It wandered away. Did both of them? Yeah, alright. I squandered that opportunity, but we don't really need them. Alright, let's flip that switch. Is Kenta back up and operational? Yeah. Amboss has an inspired creativity. Again, not the person that we need to have an inspired creativity. Amboss is our resident floor cleaner, and that's about it. All that in account. So, never realized what an interesting and peculiar combination that was. Okay, so at this point, I'm going to return this like this, and then I'm just going to remove sniper rifles from the list again. Oh, I don't know that I care much for that plan. Oh, all right. We got a breach raid. Oh, please pause game. Oops. All right. Looks like a relatively normal breach raid. So I'm gonna guess somewhere down here is fine. Do I want to send someone out to try and take out the thumper before it thumps? Oh, Elliot doesn't have... Dang it. Okay, let's see. We're gonna get Amboss here, Bibor here, Tony in the center. No, Tony, let's not shoot over Tony. Okay, so we have Berserk, which means... Get behind cover. So this termite's gonna have a bad time, as is tradition. But from the looks of the way that they're approaching, they're gonna bust through over here, which is fine. Yeah, they're coming through the wall right around here, which is fine. But we're gonna do our best to arrange ourselves so that the angle of attack is beneficial for us. Okay, where do I have green right now? Oh, that's the wrong place to go. Oh, come on. Okay, where's the fire cannon one? Oh, we can't get the fire cannon one. All right. I'm going to have to do the double skip here. But that's... I'm taking too many hits from the bad guys here. Let's see. Okay, I want to be a little careful here. Steroid is being his usual genius self. Okay, someone needs to skip Kenta out of the way there, and then can I really not get a clear shot at... Okay, that's safe. Okay, this one I positioned poorly, so I'm going to hit it with a stun while Amboss goes in. And we got to be careful of Amboss's shield. Okay, good. Okay, White's taking fire. Didn't I just queue White up to fly away here? So we're pulling back a little bit here. Why can't I jump to here? Oh, I guess. So at this point, as they come around the corner, we only have 2 left, so... Grizzly bear is hunting mule. That's amazing. All right, let's see. Does Bebor have beckon yet? No? Oh, you stop shooting there, buddy. All right, let's get our melees out there to neutralize the centipede threat. Okay, that's over, that's over. We've got some fire to deal with. That's all done. Okay, everything should be good now. Centipedes don't like melee, so... we should make quick work. Okay. I'm gonna say that it's very kind of them to send reinforcements. Perhaps we could work on the timing a little bit? But who knows? Maybe they'll do something useful. Is there... Are they literally just going to land and immediately walk off the map? It certainly looks that way. Oh, okay. Well, maybe they'll be here for the next thing. Do we still have that mech cluster quest? No. I would have dropped a mech cluster on their head. For sure. We made pretty quick work of that. Okay. So, we have a bunch of loitering friends? Such a strong word for what they are. I meant to slaughter that buck. We're slowly rebuilding the walls. Wait, why? How did that... There was a weird holiday there in the... All right. Clear as mud. About anima tree linking. Yeah, we're all out of naturally... Oh, thanks for the help, everybody. Be safe. Sam the sniper has an artery blockage and a bad back. And is a careful shooter, which probably means it takes them, like, months of uninterrupted concentration to simply shoot once. We're slaughtering geese, though. Like it's our job. And rather miraculously, that is our wall back up and operational. I'm noticing there's a weird roof thing going on. I don't think that will prove important in any way, shape, or form, but you never know. I'm also trying to decide what pattern I want to do with this, since I think I should redo this in plasteel. So I could do kind of like an every other thing. Because the less we have of these, the better. Because it opens up sight lines, so when we're hunting the hives especially, it sorts them out rather quickly. Tony is doing a little bit of spring cleaning of our killing chamber. So that was an enemy raid. Maybe I'm gonna send the bears up here, I think, first, to finish this corner. And then this we can delete. And I'm going to flag you for hunting, because... It would be cool if pawns automatically use their psychic abilities. Because then I wouldn't have to draft white to get those used. But all right, bears are going to clean this up. The ancient war spider remains. Something so satisfying about watching our bears descend. Well, there's a lot of stuff up here. Why are these fungal torches not getting dealt with? Bison wool. Ooh, lots of, was that goose slaughtering? I don't even know what that sound was. It was terrible, though. Oh, I think it was this fox hunting this rabbit. That was the sound. Then we can remove that zone. Should probably remove this chunk of floor at some point, too. It's just unsightly having this large... Is this concrete? Yeah, large concrete floor. Can't remember if there was an ancient danger there, and that's what that was. We're not doing the mad prisoner. Not getting involved in the romances of the High Court. Oh, we may have I was gonna say we might have a second raid. Ooh, and it's gonna endanger some animals. Hopefully we move fast enough. I knew that this was a possibility, and yet I played with fire, as it were. Let's find out. Approaching from multiple angles and attacking immediately. All right, so sounds like they're not going to do anything crazy, so I think we just get over here and hope that the bears... Okay, hold on. This bear here. Polar bear 150, 168, and bodacious. Okay, we do have a problem. And I think... Urgent. I think that will route them properly. Hold on. Do we have a weird urgent? We have a weird urgent zone there. I'm just going to try and get them to come beeline it to here. But actually, hold on. I have a better idea. Urgent. We do this. And we get rid of this. Get rid of that. Okay, and then we take you three. We unrestrict you. And then we move you to urgent. And we're just going to hope that you're kind of like tucked away in that corner. And we can hide you. Because these two are not that important, but... Are these guys coming for these ones? Oh, come on. That's so uncool. We might win against these with 3 bears. They're all melees. There's not much we can do. So We're just going to have to pray. I'm going to put steroid over here to get ready for... a rescue operation. Oh, come on, get up. Bears, you got to at least fight back. Follow master when drafted when doing field work. Are you seriously not going to fight back, Bears? Okay, you are going to fight back. All right. I think we're just in trouble, unfortunately. Oh my gosh, they're all going up here? My poor bears. Bodacious, how much time do you have left? 6 hours? Okay, so I have steroid ready. Steroid's gonna make a beeline for Bodacious as soon as these jerks get out of the way. What are you doing? Get off of them. Still 6 hours. This is a large tribal raid. I'm not super concerned about it from any perspective except these need to get out of the way. I'm just going to wait for all these to move, and then I'm going to have steroid go for it. But 5 hours. Holy lag, Batman. I think that's a pretty good formation, and then... Alright, steroid's going for it. I can't use a lot of jet fuel here. But I think we're going to be able to save Bodacious. Because this looks like it's going to resolve itself. No, not rescue. Tend to. Alright. What was the cargo pods? We've been sent 94 human skulls. Looks like Mule needs a better shooting angle. I'd love to save these two as well, but Bodacious is our #1 priority for sure. Okay, not falling too far behind. And nobody's coming over this way, which is the most important part. Okay, one of the tribe's groups is fleeing. Okay, 10 without medicine, since we can only carry so much medicine. That's fine. They can make their way off map. So we're still at 7 hours. Yeah, you're not surviving. You might survive. Oh, you tore out Bodacious's left eye? Half an hour here. Yeah, too much damage there. This one might still be. Okay, everybody's fleeing. So I'll return everyone to that. The only person who's... Nobody's going to be able to make it up here, so... 2 seconds, 1 second. Yep, we lost a polar bear there. The tribe will pay for this. Let's get all the bleeding off. Okay, now 10 without medicine, and now we'll just send White to rescue Bodacious. Who should be okay now. Might get an infection, but we can treat an infection. And I think we'll also save this bear. So we'll only have lost 1 bear. Clean up on Isle tribes people. Hello, tortoise. Oh yeah, and then we need to toggle the animals back. Back to herbal medicine. There we go. And we set 2 of these to slaughter. I guess we will unslaughter this one. There we go. Our bears didn't fare very well against the tribespeople, I'm noticing. Alright, no immediate danger. Rescue away, actually. Cool. Alright. Not bad. Our bears got caught out a little bit. That's to no one's surprise, especially not mine. Royal Tribute Collector. We are sitting on a larger supply of gold, so we could buy some tribute that way if we so desired. But I don't know that we need to. Inspired taming on Tony. But Bodacious will live, although a little worse for wear due to a... I don't know if that's even a recent eye that's torn out. Could be old news. Gonna smooth things out a little over here. And the bears are making quick work of the corpse pile. And now we're back to working on the slag pile that almost got Bodacious killed. I swear, we haven't had an inspired creativity on Flynn or Kenta in ever. I'm going to break this up, and I'm going to create a plus sign, I think, here. I don't think this is quite enough to keep us sorted, but I think we need a little more something here. But I haven't done the math. I'd hate to create any roof collapses, though, so better safe than sorry. Get rid of that floor, and then while we're at it, let's where's my remove floor? Here we go. Get that done as well. Feels good to have that corner behind us. Oops, did we reveal? Yes, we did. I was going to say, the fact that we can't remove the roof from there is a bad sign. Colonist lending. Almost never. An infinite chem fuel reactor is kind of interesting. Because we don't have one of those yet. But 10 colonists for 21 days is kind of insane. Especially if we're being offered a staggeringly ugly nimble nudist. A heat wave. Does look like we're going to get this floor worked out. Flynn should make quick work of it. Processing all the metal weapons from the tribespeople. Hey, Bear. It's going well. We had a good run. I don't know how much of it you could pay attention to just due to busyness, but we had a very promising run last night of the last spell that got dashed rather spectacularly. It's good to see you, though. Yeah, we're gonna get back to the last spell in just a couple days here, and I think your early in strategy, I'm coming around to it ever increasingly. I think there's something to be said for getting an early person, to be sure. Consider me a convert. How are things going with you? Any spectacular wins? Do you have APOC 5 on farm status and you're just bored by it at this point? My guess would be yes to that question. Oh, a lot of this stuff is... Wow, all their weapons were steel. The natives are clearly getting hungry over here. This bear is hunting cougars at the moment. That patch of gross concrete is gone. Another step in the procession to eventually having things clean and neat. Ah, Bodacious is fully healed. Hurrah. So this is the thing, Bear. I was talking to another Last Spell player earlier tonight, Jokwa, and you know, we had essentially the same conversation, which is the lower difficulties of games are really fun, and it's a real shame when certain games, in amping up the difficulty, see a lot of the fun sapped out of the games. So maybe it's time for me to go back and do a bit of Lakeburg, or a bit of lower difficulty, just to be able to enjoy it. The two things that I've been thinking... Oh, legendary work. Holy cow. A legendary Devil Strand Duster. Ooh. You don't see those every day. Dang. I almost feel like I should forbid that for the moment. So the two changes that I've been thinking about a lot, that I think would make for a much improved experience. One, and I think this is the big one, and I think it's almost trivial for them to do, and I'm curious what your thoughts are. At the start of the game, they should offer you 9 characters, 3 melee, 3 ranged, and 3 casters, and you should build a team from them. So, you know, as I see it, the advantage of that is you could be like, I'm going to do an all melee run, and that would bolster the value of an early investment in the bower or the blacksmith, so on. And it would also allow you to kind of be, you know, have a decision point before that first night, because the first night is brutally boring from my perspective. Like, you either win that night or lose that night, largely based on things that are very much outside of your control. So I think that would be very interesting. Oh, a word of love and a word of joy. We'll take those. Social skill trainer for sure. Oh, I've never seen a death acidifier just for sale. That's cool. Wow. Okay, we have very little to sell, and we are currently racking up quite a bill, but I'm not mad at it. Is there anything we want to sell? Yeah, we'll sell the Thrumbo Horn. Why not? We have too many excellent sculptures, so I'll just... Why were these ones... Oh, these ones are small sculptures. I see. Okay, I'm just going to spend the 4,000 then. I don't think there's any need to go any further with that. Should I sell my horses? Kind of want to. We've just been feeding them. We never use them. Maybe I'll keep my mares and 1 stallion. Yeah. Get rid of 3 stallions. So I don't think it reduces the rogue idea necessarily, right? Like, at least from my perspective, you're like, there are plenty of games where you have to make a decision and you're given, like you're given a random selection of characters to choose from. You just, have a bit more agency in choosing which ones you choose. So I'm not convinced that it deviates too far from the rogue concept. Because I think you're still, it's a single playthrough, death is permanent, and there's a huge element of randomness that kind of figures in. It would definitely, and I think that it could be counterbalanced by increasing the difficulty. So I think that one of the things that would be fun is you can create a larger challenge in that case, because people have the ability to kind of prepare and adapt to the challenge, which right now is kind of missing in my opinion. The first night, what weapons you get basically determines whether you do what weapons you get and what enemies respond. And that's basically it. That determines if you succeed or fail. But it would need some balancing adjustments, right? It wouldn't just work out of the box. I don't think the game is currently tuned in a way that where it would be appropriate to simply add that change and be like, yeah, now it's great, now it's good. But with some tweaking, I think it would be it would make the beginning of the game much more interesting, and it would give you a lot more of a sense of ownership of the party that you've constructed, which I think would be a welcome change at the beginning of the game, when the beginning of the game is so pivotal. Like that's the challenges, right? Those early S ranks are super snowbally. So, you need to be hitting those S ranks, which often has very little to do with the decisions that you've made, and a lot to do with kind of what you are randomly granted. But yeah, I've been struggling to come up with other ideas that similarly solve those problems. Like what else could you do to make the first night not just feel like the exact same thing with just like, random characters, and how do you make the perks more meaningful? Because if you can look at a set of characters and make good decisions, that, that's going to feel more rewarding from my perspective. Oh yeah, I forgot we were sent 94 human skulls. I should really get these inside before the human skulls rot, right? Oh wait, that's not how human skulls work, you say? I accept your feedback. Where is most of the discourse happening, Bear? I don't know if you're kind of following along, and there's like a lot of suggestions that are kind of getting put out there on the forums or places like that. I've not been as keyed into the development since I got to the East Coast as I was before. But I'm very curious what the discussions are looking like. Yeah, that's a good point as well. I think multiple maps could handle it, although I do think I will say that I do think you're always going to run into the beginning if you are randomly dealt a cast of characters, for lack of a better descriptor. And then the first wave is always going to look like something. Then there's always going to be a question of, is the variance in the quality of the enemies and weapons that you can start with large enough that you can have essentially dead starts? But I'm very curious what the other maps are going to look like, because I think I can't picture a lot of map variance. Right? Like, I mean, or I can picture a lot of minor map variants. So examples being they could have one that's like a desert, a desert, and it basically has nothing, right? No. Oh, that's good to know that they use it for polling and voting. I think I might have added it at one point, but I'll have to re-add it. Let's see what the gentle Arctic fox is. Tiberios, a knight of the Exodus Empire, is making a request. He wants you to take care of his favorite pet, an Arctic fox, Desiree, at Turtle Haven for 7 days. Desiree is sick with blood rot. We'll definitely do this. We'll definitely do it for the honor, and we were giving it to Morrison. There we go. Desiree arrives. Wait. Where did Desiree go? Uh-oh. Oh, Desiree is here. How curious. Oh no, why is... Okay, Desiree needs a zone. Let's use Urgent 2 for Desiree. Yeah, absolutely. I think that the economy differences will be interesting, but the economy is always a facet that they're going to want to play with, right? Like at the most basic level, the game designers are going to want to use the economy as a forcing function, right? It's a limited resource. Anytime you have a limited resource, you want to flex it. So I think the economy is always going to be limited. I mean, that's been my experience. I'm not sure. I'm going to check out the Ishtar Discord after this stream just to take a look. But that's my suspicion, right? My suspicion is that I haven't hit the 1 out of 10 that is where you hit it big. You get a good group. Like I had a pretty good group last night. We had some nice multi-hit going with a hand crossbow user, and there was some potential there, but we got really unlucky on some of the other weapon starts that we got. But yeah, I generally think that the hallmark of a strong rogue light or rogue-like game for me is very much in the approaching 100% of the games are winnable, but the skill and game knowledge required to hit that ratio is very high, right? So it is very difficult to realize that level of win ratio, and like that's been my experience, like with Slay the Spire. That would be the number one game where I am constantly floored by the quality of some players' ability to, with regularity, beat the highest Covenant level. Not Covenant. Covenant is Monster Train. Slay the Spire is Ascension level. There we go. I got my words right eventually. But yeah, playing at the highest Ascension on Slay the Spire and so consistently winning is just, to me, very impressive. And it speaks well to the game. Oh, they don't have profiles implemented either? Interesting. So you have to copy off your saved game. Oh, so when you say Lakeburg 0, you mean no meta unlocks. I think it is up there, Bear. It's one of the best. I mean, I am partial. I played a lot of NetHack back in the day, and I think NetHack is kind of like the perfect example of what I just described, which is that idea that the game feels nigh impossible when you start it. The game does not change, and yet your ability to progress through it is is notable, right? All of a sudden you're like, wow, I can actually play this game. I can make progress, etc. Whereas, I think Slay the Spire also nails that to a T for sure. Okay, 4 AP, 3 heroes. Oh, so you're also because you don't have the inn at that stage either. Interesting. That is okay. I'm starting to pick up this custom game mode you're laying down. I don't think I fully appreciated the nature of the challenge until now. And you only have a few weapons, right? Like you start out and you basically have like the sword. Do you even have the? You have the sword, the book, maybe? Hello. That's a lot of scythers. Okay. Okay, Mansteel Mortar. White's currently indispose, so we'll have you three do that. Hold fire. Set force target. And then I think what I'm gonna. Oh, actually, everybody's going to sleep, aren't they? Hold on. Let's save this for tomorrow. Wand, sword, shortbow. Well, shortbow is very strong. So my strategy, just talking about it, 3 heroes, 4 AP for Lakeburg 0. My strategy would be 100% shortbows, I think. Just spitballing here. 2 shortbows on every character, and then bowers, and then a bower to produce shortbows. But I guess you outfit people pretty quickly, and there isn't a lot of upshot. I mean, okay, I take that back. Because sword's momentum attack is also huge. You can build very broken momentum attacks as well. Like, you can build a lot of movement speed, get a ton of movement, and then with a sword just do a staggering amount of damage. Let's see. Grab all that. Grab all that. Ooh, that's a lot of Nutrimine we're picking up there. Let's ditch 180 and 202 of that. Let's do 66 Yayo. We don't want their flake. Let's see. We're still in the hole 2,000. Ooh, more Psy Trainers a burden? Yes, please. Oh, more skip? Yes. Oh my gosh. This is... Wow. We're gonna spend a lot here, but it's gonna be worth it. Let's see. Any Archotech items? Doesn't look like it. Sell all the beer. Do we need a shock lance? I don't think so. Take some gold. Oh, is it? I haven't. I can't say I've looked, but that's curious to me. That the momentum attack doesn't have a high modifier, so probably isn't worth it. Oh, we don't have enough silver underneath trade beacons. That's interesting. How curious. Because I want to buy all these things. Okay, we're gonna get the gold in a second shipment here. But we'll buy this. Because these are very valuable. Those Psy Trainers are going to be insane. And then we should probably just build a beacon out here. There it is. Let's build one. About here. No, don't apologize at all, Bear. I love having the distraction because Rimworld is one of those like those Zen state games for me. Okay, so we're gonna have everyone come out here, except for Edie, Valentin, and where's Kenta? Kenta. We're gonna come here, and we're gonna start peppering this this Scyther collection. Because the good news about Scythers is we can do work. All right, you guys all need to move over one. Okay, everybody locked and loaded. Okay, so this should cause all three of these to shoot post haste. We'll see if the Scythers just immediately wake up and or if they continue to defend their psychic ship. Yeah, it's going to take a second round. Oh, and the second round is going to be one short because Valentin is replacing the barrel on his. Any day now, folks. You forget how slow the mortars are. But yeah, I was just thinking for beating the corner bosses. They don't have a name, right? Oh, one side they're down. Okay, let's speed things up a little. We're getting very, very close. So I think I'm actually going to have Valentin come up here. And Edie come up here. And we'll have Kenta try and single-handedly I guess take out some Scythers. I was hoping that was going to be I guess Kenta's shooting is bad. That's the issue. What is Kenta's shooting? 16? Okay. Well, now the baddies are coming for us. So the plan is going to be to hit them with a Berserk Pulse. Yeah, once we get a nice chunk in here, we'll let the infighting begin, because they'll do a ton of damage to themselves. But yeah, short bows seem very strong. And then yeah, I think my first attempt, I would probably build one melee and use swords. And use a sword, I think. I'm gonna let a few flow in, and then because you don't want to fall behind on this. When you fall behind, you end up with people getting hurt. Although I love that Bibor didn't even take damage there. That was pretty exceptional. Okay, we got some advanced components. I didn't even check to see how many Scythers this was. Oh my gosh, it's a slaughter. I think only one of them has scrambled circuits now. Which one? Is it you? No? Okay. I'm not sure why they're still fighting. There's still some... The Berserk has some weird side effects, to be sure. Alright, we'll let some filter in again. I love it when a Scyther arrives just to get absolutely put down by major break risk. Who? Bangs. But why? Why are you so unhappy, Bangs? Well, you're high on Yayo now. Guess we can... You're not carrying food. Oh, who's starving? Elliot? Okay, I'm just gonna... Actually, hold on. I'm gonna have Elliot not do that and try and hurry through this a little faster. Seems like we have a few sad sacks. Yeah, Bangs is still unhappy. So we'll add some... Steroid is like, I'm just gonna run into the giant whirling melee monster and collect something for processing. Hello? Oh, that's a good point, Bear. I had not considered that. Also, why is Steroid carrying a joy wire? That's perhaps the weirdest random item for someone to have that I've ever seen. All right, well, we made quick work of that. That was an extremely smooth Scyther Palooza there. Yeah, I really... One of the things that I will credit Darkest Dungeon with doing very early, and I think all roguelike/roguelite games need to do, you got to hit multi-profile very early on. Because, especially if you're releasing a game that's at all anemic on features, it's really got to have... the ability for people to re-experience the progression. Because my number one complaint of Last Spell remains that the meta progression is so central to actual progression. Like, you can't have one without the other. Oh, and the exotic goods trader went out of comms range before I could buy the gold. But I'm glad we got the rest. Now, I think Beevor is going to get a skip. We got 2 burdens. Berserk, Word of Joy. Yeah, so I want Beevor to have skip. That's a big win, to be sure. And then, Edie, do you have skip yet? You have chaos skip. Okay, maybe you need skip as well. Yeah, Edie is just our all-arounder. But yeah, I think more than anything, you want, or I always want my games to feel like they were beatable all along, and it was me that was the problem. I don't know if that makes sense, but you know, I want to sit down in a game and be like, wow, you know, if I had known half the stuff that I know now, I would have won my first game type of thing. And I think you're proving it a little bit with the idea of doing a Lakeburg Zero run. Like, you know, I think that to a certain extent reinforces the fact that, you know, now you know what is strong and you can play around that, etc. But unfortunately, it doesn't feel like you're playing the totality of the game. It feels like you're finding kind of the one beautifully degenerate strategy, if that makes sense, right? Like, you know, it feels a little bit like you're like, okay, I found the one weapon that is capable of beating this game at this, you know, at this echelon. And so I'm going to exploit short bows to the fullest extent of my power, which, you know, more power to ye, to be sure. But it doesn't yield that same like Slay the Spire type of thing where you're like, okay, you know, I built my deck badly the first 100 times and I made the wrong decisions on pathing, etc., etc. But now I know how to play the game, and, you know, the world is my oyster type of thing. Yep. And that doesn't surprise me, right? So for unlocking the meteor ring, I believe required you to kill 10 things in a single attack. And that always felt out of range to me in the early game because the short bow was so if you want to target and everything that it hits instantly dies, the short bow with Rain of Arrows was that singular action. Edie's otherwise indisposed. Who's our second best social person? This is something I should know off the top of my head. Appears the answer is no one. Oh, 10. Randy. Oh, that makes sense. Randy can do this trade. Yeah, but when you said Lakeburg 0, I'm going to be honest, I also just thought about how much fun it would be to just do a run of non-APOC Lakeburg and just breeze through it, because that is also fun. There's something nice about not being limited. Oops, I don't want to buy that charge rifle. Not being limited by playing perfectly, and just being able to kind of buy the weapons that seem fun and try different strategies, those sorts of things. I'll just give them money. I can't believe it, but I think we have largely cleaned up the outer reaches. Finally. It's a whole new world out there. Uh-oh, Polar Bear 221 should not be having babies. Sorry, Polar Bear 221. And then all 3 of these are going to get slaughtered. Yeah, so that was the other thing that I was waxing on about earlier is sensors. I think one way that they could take sensors, and I'm curious what you think about this, would be to give sensors 3 or 4 levels of mist dispersion. So imagine like multiple radiuses out from the sensor, and every time you hit the sensor, it retracts by 1, and every turn it expands by 1. So the idea is if you hit the sensor, let's say 3 or 4 times, you can push the sensor to the point where it's not generating any mist, but next turn it'll pop out 1 and you have to hit it again. My thinking being that you could essentially encourage the use of kind of like collateral damage, right? So your goal is to use AoE attacks that also hit the sensor to kind of like keep the sensor at bay. And you don't have to go through this kind of like long, drawn out, do 1,000 hit points of damage type of dance over and over again. Because I find that also exhausting. And I find that it only affects certain nights, which is also sort of We got some pilgrims looking at the stack trace. I don't blame them. It's pretty cool. But yeah, I think that could be a fun way to change it up, because it would make the game more... it would make the sensors a resource sink in the like ongoing form. The one change that I think would also have to be made is when you use an AoE ability, it would have to hit the sensor first, and then anything that was revealed by the sensor should also be hit by that AoE blast. Generally speaking, I am of the opinion that the sensors should disguise the ability for the players to be able to see enemies, but you should still be able to AoE enemies down underneath the sensor. Like, I don't think the mist should actually stop attacks. I think it should just prevent you from seeing their movement range, seeing their action, etc. So the idea would be you could, use Rain of Arrows and you could hit the sensor and that would provide you more visibility. Oh, who's starving? Don't know. Someone needs to tend to this. Uh-oh. Why are we not feeding this animal? Beevor. I'm very confused. So I just let the fox go, so hopefully it will go eat something. Oh, bear, my sweet summer child. Yes. So on that topic, so we currently have 58 polar bears. All of these polar bears are the children of 2 original polar bears that we bought. So for instance, if we go to this one, this polar bear is, this polar bear is Vladimir's brother, nephew, uncle, cousin once removed, and second cousin. But the noteworthy one is Lolita. Lolita is the grandmother, great-grandmother of all of our animals. Lolita is the OG polar bear, and she has birthed a staggering number of polar bears that have then birthed a staggering number of polar bears, so on and so forth. And yes, they multiply, but for the most part, I try to keep them sterilized at this point because we have too many polar bears. Okay, we got ourselves a mech cluster with a smoke spewer. I'm not too worried about a smoke spewer, if we're being honest. Yes, they will feed themselves if they are zoned in a way where they are zoned into a space that provides food. So, as an example, like, this is my bear zone, and you can see the bears are zoned to be down in this area, and bears eat fungus, which is the primary food source that we use to feed the bears. I had very restrictively put the Arctic fox in a zone here, because I want to keep it safe and know where it is. But in doing that, I seem to have caused a problem where I couldn't feed it. So I'm gonna re-expand the zone for the Arctic fox. So the Arctic fox has the ability to eat some meat or not, because I need to keep track of the Arctic fox because it's only on loan. So where is the Arctic fox? There you are. You can go back to Urgent 2. There we go. But yeah, they will feed themselves, and we have them trained, so they also haul items for us. The total set of training that a fully trainable item can do is they can guard, and then guard allows them to attack, which means that they can be dispatched to attack someone that we're attacking, rescue people, pull back wounded allies, and haul, randomly pick items from time to time. And we like hauling especially, so all of ours are trained for hauling. So we have a low shield and a high shield, but it seems like the high shield isn't fully covering this. Oh, is this another? We got 2 low shields, 1 high shield. I think we might be able to snipe the smoke spewer. Say that 10 times fast. So I may just have Valentin start working on that. Because Valentin has good aim. So this is a new feature of Rimworld that aiming now counts for something. So we'll see how precise Valentin is. That's the good stuff. All right, now the cluster may immediately attack. That's been known to happen. So we're just going to come down here and get ready for it, just in case they don't rubber band back. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Let's see, and then we'll have Bibor come here, Boss here, Tony here. It does look like yeah, see that there they are, turning around at the last possible moment. Oh, we didn't get them. All right, that's fine. We'll let them return because we're gonna work on the smoke spewer, and then they'll definitely come in. Valentin, where are you going? That's what I thought. In fact, I'll send Valentin back down here to continue doing work on that. We'll see if subsequent blasts change things up at all. Because this mech cluster not being under the high shield actually might be very beneficial for us. There's a fair number of unstable power cells that would be cool to collect, but a little tricky. Centipede assembly, Lancer, Pikeman. Okay, that's not bad. Seems like now Valentin can work on hitting this without too much trouble. Although we're definitely taxing his precision. He's doing work though. But yeah, for the most part, animals are quite low maintenance. You should be able to feed them. Where is the Arctic fox? Why can I never find it? Is this part of Urgent too? Yeah, it is. Get out of there. Oh, hold on. They're attacking again. Maybe this time we'll actually stick. This will just buy us a little time and also potentially drag them in a bit more. It's the centipedes that we're really worried about. Everything else is not too big a deal. We have the firepower to take out everything else that they're throwing at us. We're slowing down a little bit, but we're almost done with the Scythers, which pose the biggest threat. This wasn't intentional, but I love the flanking EMP hammers is pretty sweet. Anytime a Scyther goes up against a Centipede, we're doing something right. That's the... Okay, so... Don't you dare light anyone on fire. Okay, we need to slow our roll just a little bit here. Flynn, are you okay? Yeah, Flynn, you're just in a very silly place. Hold on. Quick stun before this hopefully does anything too problematic. Okay, Tony seems to have taken some damage there. boss, is your shield broken? Mostly, yeah. Let's retreat. Where's green? We're gonna be a little more judicious about how we do that, and then as long as we get the centipedes locked down with a melee person, we're good. Oh, something just fell down. We'll find out later, I guess. All right. All of our melees took a little bit of damage, but not too bad. All right. Now, we're going to have more production of mechs. There was a little bit of production that was going on here. So this, every once in a while, we're going to get a centipede, a lancer, and a pikeman. That's not too bad. Fox in the house? Fox is... Yes, Fox is now in the correct place. One of the things that is a lesson you learn in Rimworld about 1,000 times and then still make the same mistake over and over again is if we take a zone. So let's take this urgent zone. So if I have this as the urgent zone, all of the things that are restricted to this urgent zone will go only here. Unless there's a second urgent zone. If there are two urgent zones, things will go to these two places, but they will travel freely between them. So, but then what you can do, and this is kind of the magic of it, is if you have a zone here and a zone here, and then you have a zone like this, then things will path around. So what I did was I set up the fox to have access to the things that it needs to have access to eat. And this concept is the concept that I use for my bears zone. Because what you'll notice is there's a lot of places the bears are allowed to go. And the center of the base is completely encircled in bears are not allowed to go into it, basically. And the purpose of that is that I want bears doing hauling, but I don't want them creating filth. Bears poop is basically the short version of animal filth. But larger animals are able to carry more, are able to sustain more damage, inflict more melee damage, but they also cause filth. And so that's why you'll notice that I have this hay ring around my base that's I refer to affectionately as the bear superhighway, because it is where the bears go, and hay absorbs a lot of the filth, thus kind of protecting the colony from the horrors of not being able to clean up the ocean of bear poop that we would otherwise be buried in. Incidentally, this right here, the Guaralin tree, Valentin has a connection to this tree and is pruning it, and that creates these little guys, these carrier dryads. And they do all of my inside the house hauling for the most part, because they're very small and they generate very little filth. So that's kind of the concept behind this base design. But bears, extremely useful. Any animal's extremely useful. Probably, if you are going for an optimal playthrough, the dogs are the most highly trainable, least food-consuming animals. So there are Labradors and Huskies that are both kind of comparable. Uh-oh. I was a little slow on getting us ready for this one. Let's see. Okay, Valentin's not messing around. And then we have melee people that'll be able to lock these two down. What are you doing, Felix? Run away. Oh, no. No, Felix. Don't do it. Okay. Felix should be okay now, but that was very scary. We don't like our bears dying, especially our named bears. We need to be very careful with because they have bonded connections to our colonists, which makes our colonists very happy about their presence, but their death will make our colonists very sad. And you don't like sad colonists. Man, Bebor is getting wailed on by this centipede. All right, we got it. Crisis averted. But that was a good example of me doing a bad job managing zones. So if we leave this up to chance, it's almost guaranteed that... What was that? Someone was fighting. Oh. This wolf just killed this tortoise. It's a circle of life. But yeah, so if we leave this up to its own devices, all of these turrets are going to explode, and their explosions will take all of these 7 power cells with them. But it's going to be very, very difficult for us to take them out ourselves. We could do it with grenades and lots of smoke, but it would be a huge investment. I mean, they are useful. Like, we could make a section up here and put a bunch more of them right here. It's just going to be so much painful micromanagement. And if we do it slightly wrong, it's just going to be disastrous because these Inferno turrets are going to be super annoying. I'm going to roll the dice, I think. We're not going to actively try to get these unstable power cores, but if it happens, you know, Manhunter pack comes and everything works out perfectly, cool. I'm not going to be opposed, but I'm also not going to bend over backwards for it. A machine collector. What a weird title. I don't think I've ever seen that title. In a cult as a child and a machine collector, O'Connell was obsessed with old machines and arcane pieces of technology. She obtained them wherever she could and loved taking them apart to see how they worked. She had a habit of talking about her collection long after people around her stopped listening. +6 intellectual and crafting, -3 chemical fascination, slowpoke, and jealous. Wait. You have a +6 to crafting. Oh, yeah, okay. Interesting. So we're going to have 2 more rounds, or 3 more rounds of these coming out, but for the most part, our melees can handle it. And we just have to be careful that none of our bears wander into the static defenses. Felix has survived his injuries. Male polar bear, age 16. Yes, indeed. Oh, yeah. So Bebor took 1 hit to the jaw, but it was a nasty one. How much time do we have left on these? 0.2 days. So our optimal would be like a large man-hunting pack. Maybe like 100 cougars. Because they would get in close, melee down the turrets, which I think doesn't cause them to explode. And then we'd be good to go. All right, these things have to be in 0.0 days. I think Tony, Amboss, and Bibor can handle it, no problem. Oh my gosh, are we already done? Wow, we're already done with our Arctic Fox quest. Incredible. Okay, here come the mechanoids. Now, I think with Bibor and Amboss standing here, they should engage the centipede in melee before it's capable of shooting. Yep. That's a thing of beauty. Valentin's precision is so good, very unlikely that Valentin is gonna fire any errant bullets, and they all have shield packs, so they'll be good. All right, back to it. 2 more rounds of that to go. And quest complete. The Arctic Fox has landed. Hey, Muggs, do you still have malaria? I certainly hope so. No, it looks like Muggs is already, unfortunately, recovered from malaria. We should probably finish this up as well. I'll have Valentin send a few more shells in the direction of the smoke spewer. No point in leaving it to its own devices. It's amazing to me that this is the high shield, but Valentin is pretty consistently tagging the corner of it, which goes to show you, having 20 shooting with mortars is pretty OP. That one we caught the edge of the shield. That's what you don't want. That was a good shot. I'm going to give Valentin one more shot. He'll stick out that turret. Oh my gosh, Valentin's just on a roll. We'll let him finish. I'm going to let you finish, Valentin. There we go. No more smoke spear to worry about. And Valentin will eat a meal and take a nap. A raccoon self-tamed. That was ill-advised, my raccoon friend. You, yeah. It was good while it lasted. Now, we could use an animal pulsar, but there aren't enough. There's not enough wildlife currently on the map. Wow, there are a lot of tortoises on the map. That is our venerated animal, as a reminder. So we don't want too many of them to become too fond of us. Oh, I wonder if this is the same dweeb that previously asked for help. Yeah, I think they were an animal farmer. They were something like that. Great job, though, dweeb. Like, props to you. You took out a turret and everything. Gives me some hope that all of this incredible bounty of unstable power cores will survive. We might even want to make a little spot for all this stuff, just in case. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7. Just in case. Oh, mechanoids have assembled. So here's my theory. We haven't tried this yet, but I'm just going to put our 3 melees right here, and we're just going to see if that just stops them dead in their tracks. I think it will. That was pretty good. Okay, now we got a centipede. And where's the third that was supposed to be generated? That's worrisome. We should have gotten a pikeman, too. Oh, this is just money. We may not have an injury at all here. And they're all getting lots of practice meleeing. You love to see it. All right. Now there's one mech that seems to be nowhere to be found. Oh, hold on. It just broke something. Seriously. It's going to show up in the most inconvenient place. I can already tell. Like, I saw it break a wall. I kind of wish the wildlife tab included all enemies. But no such luck. I do not know. Like, we don't have double walls here or here, so technically something could sneak in, but generally anytime something decides to attack our outer walls, it will attack the outer wall, break one, and then turn around, so oh, I was like, what was that? It looked like a shell. It was a hare. A meat-seeking hare. Wait, that was wrong. Oh, wait, no, that was correct, actually. On either side of that, and then there and there. Oh, there's no bridge between these two? That's interesting. So we should have one more of these coming in. Oh! That was one of the things they destroyed up here, I guess, was the one of the assemblers. Good job, visitors. Let's see, so this here and here. Oh, here they come. So Amboss, Bibor, and Tony walk into a bar. Somehow. Why can you stand there and... I didn't think they would be able to stand there and do that. That's weird. My understanding was they can't stand stationary on Randy. Don't do that, please. Yeah, that's so convenient having Skip there. So I was talking about that, Robbie, a little earlier tonight, and there's some interesting things on the roadmap. I've heard nothing about a console release as of yet, but it was mentioned to me by Bear, who is arguably much more expert than I am about the last spell, that there is a Discord. I don't know if you're on Discord, but there is a Discord for the last spell for Ishtar Games, the company that makes the last spell. And there's a lot of discussion there about bugs, features, things that I'm so baffled right now. Oh my gosh, White. What are you even doing? How did I leave White on unrestricted, and only now I'm finding out when White went to collect the corpse of a ram. Jeez, that was almost very bad. But yeah, that would be a really good place to go to get some information. I'm going to join their Discord after this stream, so I'll report back tomorrow, Robbie, if I find out anything about larger roadmap or platform discussions that they're having. But yeah, I don't know. Okay, now Edie's going to do the same thing. Everybody just wants to get shot in the face, apparently. Oh, Elliot, you don't have a bionic eye at all? Seems like something we can fix. So these should be, yeah, these are depleted now. So now we're just kind of leaving it in anyone's hands. Oh, no path. We can't get to this to... Okay. So we'll have to cancel those orders. So maybe we put them like here. I guess that could be pretty good. So we'll have a wall there. Then we can have a 3x3 there. That's pretty good. Yeah, let's mine that out. All right, I'll put that in there, and then I'll put that in the work zone too. There we go. Okay, so we need to get rid of that. And I'm going to remove a lot of this connective tissue, so hopefully not to any great detriment. But yeah, I'll report back, Robbie. I'll see what I can find out. Normally, companies like this are a little are a little non-committal until they have a plan. Okay, perks update sometime soon. Have you heard anything about console releases though, Bear? Robbie, by the way, this is Bear, who I was talking to on Twitch chat, but who has swapped over to YouTube to drop some knowledge on all of us. Yeah, have you heard anything about console release? Because Robbie is a big console player, so, and very excited about it. Got a little concert going on. Everybody leaves before the good part. Robbie may have wandered off, Bear. I appreciate you switching over, but yeah, he's always most interested and most curious about the potential for a console release, which I seem to remember reading somewhere is potentially on their roadmap, but definitely further out. maybe like V10 type of time frame when it leaves early access. A lot of companies take that approach, where they will migrate, or they will port to console once they hit that first big milestone. Oh, this needs fixing. That's why our power was a little sketchy. Let's see if... I think we can probably do this. Let's see if... Yeah, I think that's the general rule of thumb, Bear, to be sure. Oh, that's beautiful. No inadvertent anything. Yeah, I don't really know how well the last spell is doing. I know that Ishtar Games retweets me when I say that I'm about to play the last spell. So I don't know if that's probably an automated thing, but the fact that they're in the any publicity mode could bode poorly for how much pickup the game has gotten. But I think it has good fundamentals. So if it realizes the appropriate if it realizes its full potential, I should say, I think it has a chance. I was gonna say, I think we're due for a little bit of excitement. But I think just looking at this, let's try now opening things up a little bit. Hopefully this doesn't cause any roof collapses. Oh, I missed this one. But yeah, I would love to see the last spell do well. And I think a thriving modding community is going to be a huge part of that. I think that if they start to get some mods and people get excited about some mods, it could be a big difference maker for the game. Because I love the like tile-based combat and the systems that they've developed. I think that they've put in the right framework. So confusion on Elliot. Elliot's gonna have a bad time because she has a bionic eye now. Seems like it should be a good time, but it's a different story. I think I originally picked it up because I watched Jorbs playing it. He's my go-to strategy game streamer, to be sure. It is amazing the power of streamers to symbiotically help games sell. Like, it's a very symbiotic relationship. I mean, just watching people play games often is the thing, you know, that gets me excited to get into them. And I think that's true of a lot of people. That will be a big milestone for me. It will be the first time that a game developer sends me a key and says, "Hey, would you play our game?" I'm gonna be on cloud 9 when that happens. Yeah, I think you're probably right, Phil. I'll know more once I go into the Discord, because usually they mark the devs on the Discord, so you know that's a good way to get an indication of how many devs we're talking about. But yeah, I would. It feels like a small team. Oh, hello. Oh, double hello. All right. This is kind of like you hate when this happens. Let's see. No, that's not. This is a bad engagement zone for us. Hopefully this will be a relatively small squad. Oh, come on. You locked on way too early there. Let's see. Okay, we need to get Edie hidden away. Nope, don't. Stop doing that. Let's see. This is actually kind of a nasty raid. I didn't want Flynn to be... Okay, steroids... The dumbest. Where is the rest of our team? I'm being lazy with this fight. I need to get all the animals on the animal zone, and then I need to get everybody out here to help. So let's see. Get you there. Get you here, I guess? No, get you here. So we'll path you this way. There we go. I'm trying to figure a better place that I can get Flynn to temporarily to get some good Berserk pulses off. Oh. Okay, that's good. Okay, so we're keeping them at bay, at least for the moment. And our uranium slug turret is doing a surprisingly good job. I'm going to fall back here, I think, with these. Well, how close am I to having a berserk? I might put Kenta in a little danger here to... I think we have pretty good cover here, and I think we'll be able to get... Alright, white just took a hit. Okay, that's too close for comfort on Kenta there. We don't want Kenta getting lit on fire. Okay. Alright, that's perfect. Valentin is fleeing in just the right direction. There we go. Yikes. We're getting peppered by this last few. Okay, so Beaver is just going to come out and... Oh my gosh, this guy's like a sniper. Don't light yourself on fire, Beaver. Please. Okay, Bangs, you're almost dead. So, get out. And then I'm going to have Kenta try to get another Berserk off. Oh, no. Okay, no dice, and we're out of those, so I don't want to use that. So I'm gonna have these two fall back. Okay, Beaver's got that, which means... What do we have left here? These two? I think we got that. Alright. Stop shooting my stuff. Alright, we did this. Alright, everybody... Okay, this is really annoying. This is gonna burn through our whole hay if I'm not careful. So I'm gonna have Edie come work her way through extinguishing this before it becomes too late. Okay. Alright, that was... Oh my gosh. Bangs, no. $7 hours. Okay, we got time. Oh no. The boom rat is going to eat my drugs. Or that's a rabbit, not a boom rat. Holy cow, Bangs. And now you have nothing, so... operations, administer Yayo. Prioritize operating on Bangs. Okay. That was a little dicey, as those center drop mech raids often are, but we did okay. Oh, Flynn, go get some medical treatment. You're just standing over there bleeding out with everybody else. Oh my gosh, we have a steel problem. And the problem is we have too much steel. I guess technically we could take copy settings. And then let's make stockpile and just put that there, and we can just add that to the bears zone. Okay, and this is the one I wanted to look at. Post, a dame of the Exodus Empire is making a request. A mechanoid swarm has been attacking her settlements, and she wants you to signal the mechs to distract them while she clears the hive. If you do, a mech cluster will land at Turtle Haven. 3 centipedes, 2 lancers, 4 pikemen, 4 scythers, 1 defoliator, 1 countdown activator, 3 mech nodes, 2 low shields, 4 drop beacons, 6 mech capsules, 3 assemblers. So pretty much exactly the same thing that we just dealt with before. Freewielder fast mover is interesting. actually. That's a pretty good persona sword. I don't like that it comes with uranium, though. I kind of want this one to finish up, but we just don't need more uranium. Is my observation. So this is set on normal priority. This is set on low priority. All right, we will set the bears back to being bears. And then the bears should get to clearing out the, okay, wait, this boom rat. I don't know about this boom rat. Do boom rats still explode when you try to slaughter them? Let's release it to the wild. There we go. Yeah, if we could extract these power cells, I would happily take another mech cluster. Oh, why do I have my room overlay toggle on? That's better. Yeah, now the bears are going to take all of the steel out of here and just put it here, because it won't rot, and anywhere is better than stuck in here. But that was our next event. Technically we could have a rapid fire pairing, so... Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if there's a way that I want to reinforce this more thoroughly. Because this is a bad place for stuff to land. Like, it's one of the sort of few really bad places. I mean, technically, like, they could drop into this space here, and that would be worse, but... What am I supposed to do with all these human skulls I suddenly have? It seems like a Rimworld problem if ever I've heard one. Yeah, so they're 100% random. They are determined by the AI storyteller that you choose. So we're currently on Strive to Survive and Cassandra Classic. And Cassandra Classic creates a story events on a classic increasing curve of challenge and tension. She'll push you with dangerous events, then give you breathing room, then come back to push once more. So she has a relatively regular cadence that you can see over the lifetime of our colony of she will often hit you with 2 events, give you a break, hit you with 2 events, give you a break. There is a more random storyteller, Randy Random, who is completely random. So he will hit you hard and randomly when you least expect it, give you like 7 events completely overlapping, and sometimes just outright kill you. There is often no recourse for the level of cruelty that Randy knows. Also, why is Randy not no path? Oh, really? Alright, so I will uninstall this so that we can get to the other thing. Ooh, 40 fertilized goose eggs just rotted. Disaster. Okay, this pattern looks established at least. How you doing, Mugs? Having a bad time? Glad to hear it. But yeah, there's a great deal of nuance to how the storytelling takes place. Like some of the storytellers will modulate the difficulty of the game based on the hardship that you've experienced and those sorts of things. And it's all designed around sort of Tynan's vision for this game is that it's not meant to be like a static difficulty. It's meant to tell a good story. And sometimes a good story you know, hits you a little bit when you're down or gives you a bit of breathing room so that you can recover and kind of continue on. And so it's about finding that balance and sort of weaving that, weaving a story that is kind of entertaining and has a lot of depth and intrigue to it. Oh, got some more travelers. Let's see if they end up fighting our mech cluster also. Mitch, are you in a fighting mood? Looks like they will pass by. But, oh, if they come over this way. Yep. Now they're likely to have a fight on their hands. Yeah, if you shoot into the shield guys, you're not going to have a good time. Their strategy is bad. So I've watched people play the Arabillions. I have never played the Arabillions. It's on my list. I can't say I know a lot about it. It's another game that I think I've watched Jorbs or someone like that play, and you know, seems interesting. Seems up my alley. There's so many games. Sometimes it feels like you know, you can be forever going through different ones, and some of them are you know, some of them are worth, some of them are not. And I just don't know what they are, Billions, if we're being honest. Oh, Matthew, this is not the way to leave. Yeah, yeah, sorry, bud. So we're making a little room here on the off chance that the mech clusters end up being available. Is They Are Billions a game that you would recommend? It sounds like you played a fair amount of it, Bear. Oh, a Manhunter pack is very interesting for us. That's gonna take out the mech cluster for sure. But we're gonna have to get everybody inside. ASAP. Now, how many rhinoceros are we dealing with here? 34? I think 34 will clear this out, and that's probably going to be a pretty good showing. We may need to taunt them to come around. I'll get Valentin on the case. If he runs up here, I expect that it will. They have like some limited sonar, so eventually, yeah, there we go. That'll get them cruising. And there was a firefight. Yeah, you've pissed off the wrong folks, mech cluster. These rhinos, I think, have your number. Now, the problem is going to be if the rhinos cause the turrets to explode or if they just destroy them. If they destroy them, then we're in great... Ooh, that was an explosion. So they apparently do have the capacity to blow things up. Uh-oh. That may cause a chain reaction that wipes everything out. Yep. Yeah, and this will get the rest. Yep. Well, we took a gamble, and what can I say? We did not get the goods this time. But the mech cluster's taken care of. I think Valentin can probably single-handedly take on the remaining rhinos also. Yeah, the little turrets, they did a great job. Oh, so They Are Billions has some solid mod support as well. That is a game that I have never heard of being modded. Maybe I'll have to add it to the list. Okay, Valentin is not going to have as easy a time as I thought they were. Unfortunately, taking out these rhinos. This is madness, actually. I'm surprised. Alright. Oh, that's a shame. So development has ceased, but I mean they got it to a place where it was moddable, so we can't be too angry at them. Is that the assessment that is the fair assessment? Okay, how hurt is this rhino? Okay, it is very dead. What just happened there? Oh yeah, brain skull head. Yeah, that's gonna have a bad time if you get shot in the brain skull head by Valentin, for sure. All right, let's get a bear zone going here, because now we can clean up the remainder. Haul all of that, and I guess while we're at it, we should also deconstruct anything that's there. I have to admit, I'm very surprised. Like, oh, wait, do we still have... Oh, we still have man-hunting rhinos to deal with. I thought they were all dead. Okay. Well, that was premature. I have a great deal of respect. What's going on with these? These rhinoceroses are having a bad time. They're very confused, it seems. I have a lot of respect for the kind of like, yeah, we're done with the game. We did the thing we came here to do. It's good. We added mod support so that people can kind of carry on after we're done, and we're gonna kind of move on to whatever our next thing is. Have the devs done a next thing? Is that a thing? It's an awkward phrasing to say the least, but yeah. So this rhinoceros is. Rhinoceros is unmolested, unfortunately. Oh. Shoot Frenzy would have been good if it had hung on for a minute there. I don't know if white can take out 4 rhinoceri. Oh, I left white to get wrecked by a rhinoceros. All right. Just a few more rhinos. Oh, a cold snap. We'll get some meat out of the rhino corpses, and they will now be nicely refrigerated. I'm going to try and lure these two around to get this done. Could be, Bear. I think once you nail your first game, you know, you potentially have a lot of latitude to find to pick your poison and make something that really really resonates with you. So, you know, it's quite possible that they just, you know, had a solid hit and are reaping the benefits of that and working on something for a big game studio or something of that nature, or for a big game publisher. It's all the rage buying up indie studios these days, as is proof by Sony picking up Bungie, being Bungie's 11 trillionth overlord. I'm just gonna let Omboss tank this this last rhino. Bangs, I feel like you don't have a gun, and that's a problem. Alright. So with that, the manhunters are all dead or bleeding. Which means now we can actually not jump the gun by releasing the bears. Not you, bear, though. You are not released. I mean, you are if you want to be, obviously. Absolutely. You name how. You could, if you want a bear named in your honor, you just say the word and I will make it happen. I have a few of them, as you may or may not be aware. All right, looks like we got all that done. What would you like a bear named after you? Because we have Polar Bear 9 here. Let's check Polar Bear 9. Is a female polar bear. We might be able to, if you would prefer a male polar bear, we could probably make that happen too. We have Polar Bear 112. No health conditions to speak of. 8 years of age. Completely healthy. I mean, there's only one way to find out. I'm willing to risk it, bear. I am absolutely willing to risk it. Kenta, I know it's fun leaving one piece of work undone, but any bear then? All right, bear 112. What would you like your name to be? Would you like to go with your Twitch name? Would you prefer to go with your YouTube name? The choice, my friend, is yours. And then I'll do my best not to get you killed, but the dirty little secret of Rimworld is that is not always in the cards. Well, we have this nice room ready for those if we ever get any more power cores or Vanta cells. All right, you got it. Let's see, where was that bear that I found? Bear 112. Welcome. I will protect you with all the diligence you would expect a oh, that is a lot of thrombos. All the diligence you might expect from a easily distractible colony running person. Okay, let's get working on these like right away. As soon as people wake up, we'll start working on those thrumbos. Oh, it's amazing how quickly we can do a cleanup after a mech cluster now. It's a thing of beauty. I feel like Valentin's needs are very odd compared to the rest of the colony. Are you a short sleeper? What's your deal? Why are you always awake? Oh, it's the Luciferium. That's obvious. Alright, you're both pretty good. Let's get you out here and do a bit of hunting. Okay, that was... Burden makes it go smooth. Maybe open with Burden? Burden doesn't cause aggro is an interesting thing to learn. Wow. You love to see that. I mean, it's really to no one's surprise. We have our two best shooters on the case, and they are not messing around, especially now that White has psychic capacity. It's pretty it's not a fair fight, is what I will say. What was that? Thrumbo's neck was pierced by Valentin's charge rifle. Ooh, spicy. Who knows, Bear? Now, you could be the bear randomly responsible for collecting these Thrumbo corpses. Oh, this was a very slow Thrumbo. Oh, right off the bat, permanent brain injury, and it had a bad back. That's your saddest Thrumbo yet. Oh, and it just left. Humbug. Bah humbug. Oh, we got 4 of them. It's a good amount of meat. Oh, why is no one picking up this this rhino corpse? Also, also worth collecting. Oh, actually, we picked up a lot of rhino meat. So that was worth 2,000 rhino meat for us. That is quite a nice payday, meat-wise. Good old meat payday, right? Hot on the heels of our meat payday. Stop eating my Thrumbo. Damn pests. There's a temptation to expand to one of these geothermals, but I don't think we need it. I'm still waiting for Flynn to have some convenient inspirations. I guess I could force it with a word of inspiration, but oh, and this fire foam popper. I guess you can't path beyond beyond or around fire foam poppers, which is very curious. I think I've probably learned that the hard way a few times. We technically still have this mech danger. Let's see. What do we have working here? Centipedes, Lancers, Pikemen, mech nodes, low shields. We don't even have a high shield. And a defoliator? Yeah, we can probably take this. So a fast mover free wielder. Or we could just get a bunch of gold. An Eltex skull cap. Eltex shirt. I mean, this is a pretty nice... It's a pretty nice haul. We don't need the uranium. Psychic sensitizer is not that interesting. Although we should be installing those on more of our folks. So maybe it is interesting. Like Beebor, do you have a psychic sensitizer? See, you don't. I'm sure I probably have a few of them around. Yeah, so let's get Beebor 1. But that could make me want to pick that one up. Fast moving freewielder, it's not a great combo. What is the melee damage on a legendary Eltex staff? 7.62. So if I gave that to Beebor, who is currently using a Persona Mono Sword, which, hello? Where's gear? Wrong place. Oh, 17. Yeah, that's quite a difference. I was expecting the Eltex staff at legendary quality maybe to hit a little harder, but ooh. Reward violence. Oh my. That is a big raid right there. Wants you to help save one of his caravans. A caravan is being hunted near Turtle Haven. 2 groups of pirates want you to signal the pirates to draw them away. It is approximately 100 of them, and then there'll be a second group of the same size. Masterwork Persona Mono Sword. Or excuse me, non-Persona Mono Sword. We could take the mech danger and then take this, and the two would probably collide. The problem is if the second one is a breach raid. But this would be an interesting thing to do. So let's do this. I'm gonna do it for the honor on Morrison. There's our mech cluster. Has very inconvenient walls for it colliding with our pirate raids, but I think we roll the dice on it anyways. Because it'll be fun to roll the dice a little bit on this. And the first one's at least going to be all melee, which should be handleable. I'm going to wait for Beebor to recover, though. Well, capable of walking, but still woozy. Probably going to vomit somewhere. Oh, and we should wake this up before we do anything else, because there's a countdown activator, but there's nothing else, so Let's hold fire until I can properly send a wake up. Actually, what do I want to hit if I was going to hit something? Probably just hit the defoliator. That fired quickly. There we go. Everybody's awake. Things are going to drop in. Okay, looks like the mech cluster is just going to sit there. I worry that the pirates are just going to be able to travel past relatively easily. What's my solution for that? Probably just use Valentin and the mortar to poke some holes in the wall is probably the best thing. Which is surprisingly easy to do because of the precision that Valentin commands with the mortar. The surgical precision of a level 20 shooter using a mortar is kind of ridiculous. I'm just kind of like poking holes wherever I want them. Oh, but I just had quite an aha moment. If I had used incendiary shells, which I never do. Oh, inspired creativity on Flynn is huge. Okay, Flynn. Right, you have good construction. Decent construction. Good enough. Flynn, build that. Oh, Valentin finally missed one. But incendiary would light the walls on fire, which would cause them all to burn. Because, strangely, steel walls are very flammable. Valentin keeps whiffing on this one. Come on. Come on, man. Legendary throne. Holy cow. I can't believe thrones don't have Alright, that's enough holes. I'm gonna call that good enough. Now, if things walk by, they're more likely to tag. So I think with that, we will accept this. What are we going to accept this for? We get more uranium than I want no matter what. Probably the res mech serum of all of these. All right, let's do that. The melee pirates will make quick work of this if they collide. And my hope is that first slashers and thrashers I don't believe are breachers. But if they are, we're going to have an interesting time. What did I even select this for? Oh, some more Resmec serum and too much uranium. Cool. Just realized. Need to make sure that we're probably... We should probably just set this to... There's Phil Bear. Still healthy and happy. CR0T0. Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Much appreciated. All right, so How long are these going to take? Oh, they'll arrive in 4 days. That's a long time. All right. Maybe that gives us another... Oh, I wonder if the two raids are going to show up simultaneously. That's going to be awkward if it's the case. That's too many bad guys. All at once. But yeah, incendiary shells would have been genius, because I think 3 incendiary shells would have torched this whole thing. Mustafa, welcome. Yes. This colony has been going for a long time. Let's see. We are on... What are we on? Day 1400. So we've been playing for a long time. Relatively well-developed colony. Our ideology is focused around body modification and darkness. So we got ourselves a sunblocker or 2, and we've been enjoying the solitude and doing a pretty good job of augmenting our soldiers to make them relatively super soldiers. We just accepted a rather large... what looks like it's going to be 200 pirate raid, so that will be interesting. My frame rate may evaporate completely, but yeah, we have a pretty good setup here. We have about, last I checked, 59 polar bears that are doing most of the hauling for our colony. And we have a ring around the core of our colony. That's my plan, Mustafa. That is absolutely my plan. It was when this... In fact, what I did was I took a little bit of time and used some mortars to poke holes in this wall around it, in hopes that that way the pirates will path in a way that they get entangled with the mechs. If not, we have a kind of half kill box here that should help out. But they will be arriving in about 3 days of Rimworld time. So that's also going to give some time for the mech assemblers to kind of finish up. So we won't have any kind of lingering mechs showing up, hopefully. This is a relatively small mech cluster. It does not require a serious graphics card, but it is... What do I have people scheduled on right now? Okay, yeah, they're just all chilling. It's actually rather CPU bound because there's a lot of simulation that goes into it. Yeah, it's more processor than GPU. The graphics are relatively rudimentary, and mostly it's the behind-the-scenes simulation of all of the interactions, guiding the AI of, I mean, at this point we have 60 polar bears plus 15 colonists plus what do we have up here? Maybe like 39 mechs up here, all of which it's kind of, has to run simulations on, and they all have processes that they're trying to do, things that they're trying to accomplish. And very soon, we're going to have another 200 or so groups of pirates coming in. And the big thing we have to hope for is that we don't want a breach raid that doesn't get mixed up with the pirates, because I'd rather fight them in a controlled space than end up with some kind of like awkward engagement. Just in case anything weird happens, I'm going to toggle on all of my turret defenses, which, they will just buy us time. They're certainly insufficient to do much, but they'll protect us a bit. And yeah, we are hoping for the mechs to handle the devil outlaws and for us not to have to worry too much about it. But there's also always the risk, anytime you invite multiple factions, that they will unwittingly coordinate with one another, and that can prove very, very problematic. Now, I wanted to see what Bibor's psi focus is sitting at now. Okay, so she has a neural heat of 100 at this point, which is pretty good, actually. I think that... What does Skip require? Because Skip is the primary one that I want to use. 2% psi focus, 25. So she has 4 skips that she's capable of doing, which is pretty sweet, actually. I found that skip is really best put on melees because I think that melees often are the furthest forward. And you want to be max ranging your skips. And so further forward is better. I have so many side trainers I'm slacking on at the moment. Edie, what's your social at? 12? I should find the social side trainer that I just bought. Oh, there it is. And have Edie take care of that one. Some of these other ones will dole out eventually. But Edie is our leader, and Edie is the person that I do all of my trading with, so more social is better. I really should get rid of this standing dark lamp. It's in the way. I don't really play with much in the way of mods, or this campaign has been pretty much mod free, but I can't get away from wall lights. I just like the aesthetic of having wall lights. So Mustafa, if you're curious at all, the only other noteworthy aspects of this is we are not a tunneler. We do not have the tunneler meme. So we actually, when we recruited Steroid originally, Steroid was part of the Awoken Theory, and the Awoken Theory had the tunneler meme, which means that he could create fungal gravel. So we did not convert him over to our ideology until we had created this fungal field, and the fungal field is feeding our polar bear army, as it were. Let's see what this bulk dealer has for us. I've been buying a lot of Nutrimine. I'm not sure that we need to buy quite that much, but we still have a lot of stuff that I want to get rid of. So let's see if we can offload some of this mountain of random furs that we're sitting on top of. Yeah, see, we're already up to 10,000. And that's with me buying a whole slew of things already. Let's see if they're offering anything interesting up. We're okay on wood. Yeah, and then we have a bunch of clothing that just needs to be sold. So we're probably going to have to go back up and unsell some of that stuff because you're saying having multiple religions is overpowered. Sometimes they don't play well together. Like in our case, Steroid was very, very unhappy with the prospect of having to cohabitate with us, but it worked out nicely. Let's see, what else can we... I want to get rid of all that. How about the bear skin? That's pretty close. All right, we'll do that. But yeah, we were able to, and then we converted him over once we had finished the fungal fields. That was kind of like that was the trick to it. So we got the fungal gravel, we're able to farm it, and it's been doing great work for us. Currently we only have about 4,000 raw fungus here, but we at times have significantly more, and our bears, there being 60 of them, eat a staggering amount of it. Now, has this fully formed? Ooh, I could use a pulsar to send these boomalope into here. That would be humorous. And we already have, well, we have the bears on bears mode. Let's switch the bears to animals. I'm gonna put everybody inside, and then we may start messing around with some things. Maybe we save this. These aren't gonna do that much damage, even if they got really in here and kind of caused some chain reactions. But maybe we do an animal pulsar when the quest fires off, which will be in like 1.4 days. I could see that working, assuming the boomalope are still around and we have a few other nasties in our in our midst, it could backfire because we have a lot of like small animals around here that are going to be really annoying to have man hunting as well. But yeah, I really like the ideology that we came up with. Like I was saying, it's the darkness meme, the transhumanist meme, and the collectivist meme. And then we have 3 relics, and you know the normal smattering of religious iconography. Yeah, oh, absolutely. We've done that many times, Mustafa, for sure. Oh, really? Fibrous mechanites? Oh, you hate to see that. I'm gonna... The people that are on fibrous mechanites, in hopes of getting things sorted out faster, I'm gonna go ahead and put them on Glitter World Medicine. Just in hopes that it goes a little quicker. Because all of these diseases are somewhat time-bound, but then also somewhat... your recovery is dictated based on the total tend percentage. So higher tens, like, 120, 122, 130, is going to positively affect the speed at which you recover. Okay, Bolt Goods Trader has left, and now we are coming in on 1 day until the big pirate raid. Now, do we have a pulsar somewhere? We have a Soothe pulsar. We should probably pop a Soothe pulsar before it happens as well. And does that mean we have fully researched everything? It does. All right. GG on the research, if nothing else. Unfinished marble statue by Constantinius. They're never coming back. That was a visitor that we had. Here's an animal pulsar. I'll forbid that for the moment so I can find it more easily later. These boomalope, they just want us to do that. But yeah, the problem that we would run into, maybe we should do it now so that it settles out, because I don't think we're going to be able to do it while we have to man this here. And it's almost just comical not to do it right now. I just don't know how much these boomalope are going to explode for and how much collateral damage they're going to do. Well, you live and you learn, all right? Everybody's on animals. Schedule, everybody is inside walls. Let me confirm that zone is what I think it is. Yep. All right, and then Amboss. All right. So, let's watch the fireworks. A lump of gold. Oh, okay. Amboss, where are you? Oh, using it as we speak. All right, here we go. The explosions don't seem like they're doing much damage. Oh, I didn't realize it's going to take out our turrets, potentially. Unfortunate. I wonder if I can just take Valentin out here and really quickly rescue our turrets. Okay. Raccoon's dead. Well, yeah, I wasn't relying on the flames. I was relying on the explosions, which I thought might might have taken down some of these turrets, but interestingly, there doesn't even seem to be a lot of damage that's been done. Well, this will get rid of the wildlife on the map, that's for sure. But we're going to have to rely on the raiders, I guess. Lump of gold. All right. There's still one angry turkey. It could carry the day. And then quest-wise... Oh, Reward of Violence is the one we're interested in. 0.8 days. All right, let's get things moving again. Our turrets barely survived. To the point where I may move Flynn to work, because I think it's safe. I have not heard of Rift Wizard, actually. Let me add it to the list. So, in the last couple days, the games that have been recommended to me are Neoverse, Rift Wizard just now, Vault of the Void, and Underrail, all of which I need to look up and take a gander at. But I'm always excited for new recommendations. So, Croto, I'm going to call you. Let me know if that's a bad way to interpret your name. But yeah, I will definitely take a look at Rift Wizard. I like wizards. I like rifts. So, yeah, I appreciate the recommendation. Thank you. And like I was saying, if nothing else, the fire is cleaning up some sight lines to make it more likely that that when the pirates arrive in half a day, they do their worst. And then I'm very hopeful that when Flynn gets up, Flynn gets working on, repairing these. Thank you, Flynn. Beautiful. Oh, we got a pirate, but we got a party. Nice. And then Flynn. Back to inside walls. Now, so we got a much better sight picture for, hopefully... How's the party going? Everybody rocking out in the free world? The party has been called off, but why? Croto, can you tell me a little bit about Rift World? What's the, or Rift Wizard? Excuse me, I keep calling it Rift World. Interesting and niche are, I'm all about those. But is it a roguelike? Is it, where does it live on the spectrum? And as a side note, I apologize in advance for in 0.1 days when these pirate raids are going to reduce our frame rate to 0. Any moment now, 2 pirate raids are going to descend upon us. And who knows what will happen, but we are poised on the edge of the Reward of Violence quest. All right, well, I used the... Oh my gosh. This is... You don't like to see a drop raid. Oh my gosh. Because this is a drop rate of 100? Oh my god. Oh, you broke my thing. All right, this is going to be... Okay, we're getting some friendlies. That's good. This is going to be messy, though, for sure. Take that, Nips. Okay. Oh, Valentin. You, my friend, need to get going. We got to watch out for Doomsday rocket launchers, among other things. If I'm being honest. That would be the... Wait, they're already fleeing? Oh, I guess the mech cluster messed them up pretty good, too. Okay. Okay, so let's get our colonists inside to safety. We'll let the friendlies do work. This friendly drop, by the way, is pretty... Oh my gosh, look at all those persona swords and whatnot. They're going to bust out our doors, but that's fine. Yeah, and the problem that we're going to have here is the low shield is really going to reduce the friendlies' capacity for violence. Oh, this is not good. Okay, why is everybody... All right, everybody get going, but Flynn, get working on that ASAP. So I think that was only one of two raids. So I think this might be 2 of 2 happening right now. Game is lagging. Game is lagging hard. Oh, sounds good for Croto. I'm very interested. Meanwhile, we are chugging along. Oh my gosh, wait for the program to respond, please. Okay, there's the second... There's the second raid. It appears to be attacking immediately. Okay. Flynn is closing things up. Flynn, I absolutely need you to finish those 2 walls, please. And thank you. Okay, so we're going to have... The second set of pirates are going to be more advantageous with what Mustafa and I were talking about, which is that we should have a pretty clean engagement here. But let's see. I think enough of them appear to be coming down south that I am going to get everybody up here and ready to fight. Oh my gosh. What an absolute mess. So the thing that the mechs have on their side is they have this low shield, which is going to absorb most of the fire. So I think the mechs are going to be in pretty good shape here. Oh, was that a Doomsday launcher? Oh my gosh. The carnage. Yeah, that was multiple Doomsday rocket launchers, I'm pretty sure. The pirates might win this, actually. I was feeling like the pirates are overwhelming them. Valentin, how's your health? You're fine. Okay. So, let's get our standard set up here. Tony, you go here. Amboss, you go here. Where's Bivor? Still on her way, I guess. Where's a roof collapse? Oh, well, that's hilarious. They shot the overhead mountain that was there. Oh, we're gonna have so much to clean up after this. Oh, more explosions happening. Yeah, so it does look like the pirates are gonna make quick work of the mechs. And then we're gonna have to deal with the pirates. How many pirates do we currently have on the map? 184. That's more than I was promised. Pirate gunner Ludmila is the ex-lover of Amboss. Okay, the mech cluster has been defeated, which means I think now we're going to have to deal with what comes next, but Oh, Morrison's title changed because we received the goods, and now the pirates are going to come for us. Now, are they... They look like they're all gunners. So I think we're going to be just fine. So I'm going to put Edie over here to hit him with some early berserks. And I think all the big, scary, explosive stuff is going to be taken care of. I'm going to let some come in. I don't want to... There's still a lot of them, though. So what we do is we let a few go around the corner. They're spreading out so nicely right now. I don't want to rush anybody. If we start to get overwhelmed at all, I'll drop a berserk pulse. But generally we can just pick them off one by one. I'd say I feel bad, but they started it? Question mark? Ooh, that Squints had it. Squints did a good job there. Eric, how are you gonna do? Oh, that's not great, Eric. Scott? Oh, Scott did not last long. Oh, we got a bulk goods trader that is probably going to... Where's the bulk goods trader? All right. Oh, they're gonna take out Scagnetti is my prediction. Who's got a minor break wrist? Amboss? Hey, Amboss, have yourself a little yayo. Yeah, Scagnetti didn't stand a chance. Or did they? Whoa! Okay, one of them's got a incendiary launcher. There's still 93 of them left. We only have to hit the halfway point. Yes, yes, Croto, absolutely. Didn't go for a full degenerate kill box, but absolutely. Oh, you hate to see that though. All right, so we're using the time that the shield is up to we're using some berserk pulses to buy us some time. Although, if we're being honest, how much longer does this shield have? Jeez. Where is it? Oh, here it is. 5 seconds? Okay, we can... Alright. And that right there is a massive pirate raid. All done and dusted. Let's see if any of the downed pirates are worth anything. Great memory and kind is good, but their skills are trash. Underground or depressive? I'll pass. Soranil. Creepy breathing body, pure as nimble. Nope. Psychically sensitive. Volatile kind. No. Annoying voice night owl. Ascetic kind is pretty nice. Slow learner, nimble tough. Nimble tough is a great combination. How dead are you? Dead in 1 hour? Because your right leg is torn off? I'm going to have a very hard time keeping them alive. Pyromaniac too smart. So the only interesting one is this one here, Hooky. I'm gonna dispatch. Well, actually, who's closer? Morrison is closer, so I will. I'm just gonna see if there's any chance that Morrison can save Hook's life. Hook? I don't know. It looks like the answer is yes. Oh, we need to make these beds prisoner beds again. For prisoners. Capture. There we go. And then I guess I forgot. Bibor. How you didn't kill anybody, did you, Bibor? You're probably really... You witnessed 5 deaths, but... I feel like you should collect some deaths as well here. Should have done that right away. But, yeah, that was, that our frames have seen better days, but that was pretty clean. Medical emergency. What's wrong? There we go. And Bibor is just getting her jollies by killing some people. Go to sleep now, Bibor, please. Oh my gosh. What a what a mess of stuff. All right, but now the map is clear, which means our bears have a lot of work to do. Let's queue up some bear zones to take care of all of this rubbish. Now, where are we on our schedule, though? This is enemy raid, enemy raid. We're probably due for another event, actually, so we should be a little careful. Yeah, 2,000 uranium. I need to make more Oh, psychic ship. Speak of the devil. Alright. Okay, so my plan is going to have to wait. Why is Hook still having a medical emergency? I did everything for Hook. He doesn't have a leg, but what are you gonna do? What was your bio? Were you good at anything? Good at mining. We kind of need another miner. Let's trade with these folks while they're here. Gonna have to take care of the psychic ship pretty soon. But let's see. We've been trying to offload some of this elephant leather, bearskin, rhinoceros leather, and plain leather. It's worth 7,000. Jeez. We'll take a tinfoil hat. We can't sell it. I swear. Okay, that was a good swing. Close enough. Yeah, so the other thing, that first raid being a drop raid, I did not see coming. We're going to have a lot of cleanup to do, and we also have a lot of repair work to do. I'm tempted to just call in some allies to help us out, but I'm going to wait for Valentin to get healthy. Star Sector. So Star Sector I know of. I think I've watched Rodamont play it, and it looked great. Definitely looked like a fascinating game. Okay, so let's see. Okay, Valentin's healthy. Needs are met. Let's get him working on the psychic ship. I don't know why Hook is still a medical emergency. Like, I've done all the things I was supposed to. Okay. What's our psychic ship looking like? 13 centipedes is no joke. It's amazing. The accuracy of mortars, ooh, spicy. But Valentin might as well be shooting this from like 2 feet away. It's kind of incredible. Okay, so what I'm going to do is with Edie, I'm going to call the Exodus Empire and request military aid. Okay. We got some more folks coming in. They will probably not do much, I was going to say, but okay. And now that we've done that, they are going to come in. So let's get ourselves prepped and ready to go. It certainly doesn't seem like they do much. Okay, we got Bibor, Amboss, Tony. And then I'll bring Edie over here. For these Scythers, I'm not super concerned. They'll come in relatively slow. And we'll be able to work our magic on them. But 13 centipedes is a bunch of centipedes. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and get... Yeah, I find EMP bombs are less useful. It's all about the psi in my experience. The psi powers are just too good. Psi plus melee does great work against centipedes clusters like this. Like the little ones go down super fast. And then the centipedes we can kind of bottleneck like this by using the occasional berserk pulse. Although it is frustrating because... Oh, you opened the door. Yep, we're going to have to rebuild our relationship with them, to be sure. But they really ruined my fun. Oh, the door closed back up again, so that's good. Now they're going to open it again. This is why you hate traders, you know? Dear Muffalo, if you would be so kind as to stop opening the doors over and over and over, it would be awesome. Alright, so the problem we have right now is that this guy is uncontrolled. Which is, you never want an uncontrolled centipede. It's bad for business. Oh, Amboss being on fire is also not great. Do we have a caster over here that can just extinguish him? Okay. That's good. Amboss, why are you running away? Okay. Now I need someone to come over here to slow down the march of the penguins up top here. There we go. Okay, Tony, you need to get out of here. You're not tough enough to continue the fight. So go rest until healed. Okay, so now we need to slow him down again. Skip you to here. Thank you so much, Croto. I hope I see you again on another stream. I'll be streaming all this week, so hope to see you again. Thank you for the kind words. Much appreciated. Okay, Flynn. Stun this one. Beebor. Warp this one. Okay, hooks. What's hissing right now? Like, what does that sound? Where is green? Green? Okay, green, get over here. Because I need you to... Is this one just going to die? Yeah, this one's like super close to death. Please just, yeah, keel over. Thank you. Okay, so what I want to do here is I want to have green grab the second one, put it here. Hold on. You don't get to fire. I said you don't get to fire. That was... It misunderstood me. I said you don't get to fire, and it was like, I get to fire a little? Okay, and then that's all under control, and we're done. Okay, now... Let's just hit things with a little bit of water. Water skip is such a good ability. All right, everybody go chill. All right, that was quite the mess. Dead in 1 hour. Okay, so we need to load up a care package to repair our relationship with the compact. Which the good news is, I've been sitting on a bunch of elephant leather, bear skin, that I didn't need. So let's load all that up. And that will probably restore our relationship, if I had to guess. Okay, but now that's all done. So... It's time to clean up after the bedlam. That's the plan. And that'll be the last thing we do on stream today, I think. Is just try to get some percentage of this absolute disaster cleaned up. Because what a bloodbath we just had. Ooh, there was a I guess that's a steel axe, not a breach axe. Who's starving? Tony. Tony, my dude. Go consume a lavish meal. You're fine. Are you not fine? Your right leg is destroyed, Tony. What are you doing? My dude. Oh, my word. Alright, which leg was destroyed again? Right leg is destroyed? Tony. Having a bad day, but the bears are off to work. They're off to the races. We don't have... I don't think we have enough corpse storage for all of the death and destruction that has been wrought, but that's okay. We definitely have no place for all of this uranium. Oh my gosh, there's pirate corpses everywhere. It's just a mess. I just got this place cleaned up too. Oh, there's the Guarlin pod. Yeah, we're gonna be a while cleaning all of this garbage up for sure. I expect that the bears are done because this is full. No, it's not quite full. Nearly, but not quite. It is somewhat important that we get these rebuilt, which doesn't even look like there's a slug turret planned for here. Which is its own kind of curious. Oh, this got blown up at some point too. Alright, well. Work. And then cook. And Amboss and Valentin cook. Alright, everybody can get down to work. I'm glad, Robbie. It's I don't know if that's an uncommon thing, but it does not seem important to me expressing myself. So that's always been the direction that I've gone. Who knows, maybe that'll have me branded as family friendly, but I'm not angry at that. I'm happy to create content that anyone who wants to watch it feels comfortable watching. I'm not really into the idea of being too exclusive. All right, this is full. Do I care about the marine armor and that kind of stuff? I think in this moment I do not. So I'm gonna have Valentin come grab a Molotov and give this a quick burn. Maybe round 2 I will, oops, didn't mean to do that. There we go. Okay, and then Valentin can come pick up his legendary charge rifle. We'll let that burn, and that will limit the bear's options for collecting pirate corpses, but... How full is this? Oh, ready for launch. Plus 144 to the compact. That's the one we want to repair relations with, right? Yep. Okay. All right, and just that quickly, we're BFFs again. We should do another one for the Exodus Empire, though. By fire be purged. So I'm not destroying the Sunblocker because our ideology has darkness as one of its memes, and so we don't like the sun. So it seemed smart to leave it. Now, what is very interesting is there was actually a patch that caused sunblockers not to show up if you have the meme of darkness. But since then, we've still had a small number of sunblockers show up. We have redundant sunblockers, believe it or not. We have the sunblocker that is on the map tile, over on the right-hand side of the map tile specifically. But then we also have a regional sunblocker. So if I bring up the map, the world map here, we have this sunblocker here that covers our colony. And then we also have this one over here that just covers the local tile. So we have a little redundancy just in case, just to be safe. And then hopefully, yeah, this room is cooled down quite nicely, so... So our worker bees will hopefully clear the place up quite nicely. I do need to find a place for the ridiculous amount of uranium that we have. I mean, I guess when in doubt, use the space under under windmills. Oh, we got another event happening. Supplies for Cologne. 13 machine pistols, normal quality or better. Gets us an Archotech leg. Heck yeah. We'll definitely do this. Some anti-grain warheads too, ain't bad. But an Archotech leg, we like that a lot. So we need to make 13 machine pistols. So let's get that queued up. I think that's machining table. Machine pistol. There's a mod that makes it so you have a little draggy thing and you can drag these around. I wish. Do until we have machine pistols. We want quality normal to excellent. We want to have 13 of them. We have 6 of 13 already. What? And let's just have some of our good crafters do the work and get that started. Oh yeah, and I need to clear our bears to go into this space. So that they can start moving all of this uranium also. But yeah, it's so nice just being able to put a little dot on top of something and have it disappear. Even though we definitely have things that still need to be hauled, the cleanup process is going pretty solidly. Inspired taming isn't that useful to us. Are you serious right now, game? You're doing another drop raid on us. We had 2 raids, this, and now you're dropping this on us? Scattered all over and are attacking immediately. Really annoying. Alright, well, animals go back to animals. I really thought I had, I was going to have a split second here. I was like, this will be the end. I'm all done. But where do I think they're coming down? Okay, we got at least 2 over here. So let's get this force here to go over here. Okay, we got 1 here. So let's rearm these. Do they have any? There's 1 falling here too, so we're going to have to deal with that. Oh, and of course, this one is a Inferno cannon. Really suboptimal, that right there. Oh, and okay. We got bad stuff going on here too, because I wasn't paying attention. Okay, let's see who can... Okay. Let's get people behind cover here really quickly. This is extremely bad. Alright, I don't like that I'm only getting half. Bangs, keep moving. Come on. Alright, Amboss. Okay, that one's dead. But everyone over here is on fire or worse. Randy, you're so fired. Oh my gosh. What are you doing? Oh my gosh, that's a bad time. Mule? Can I beckon here? Let's just stun to try to get Tony in there. Okay. Okay, so we got lots of polar bears coming in, which is very, very not good over here. So we need to get everybody over here quickly. But we're gonna lose containment, I think, over here. I told all the animals to go to animals, didn't I? All right. Well, this one might actually assist a little bit. Okay, come on, everybody, get over here. Okay, everybody's gonna go a little bananas, including our polar bear, but that's okay. Okay, Beebor's got some skips up. We love to see it. Where is Amboss right now when we need him? So where's Valentin? Now, do we have any other baddies inside the walls? Yes, we do. Okay. And Green is just taking shots from multiple angles. Hey, Green. Uncool. Jump again. Do it. Oh my gosh. Okay. Oh. Skip you here, please. There we go. Yeah, we lost a polar bear. You hate to see it, but what can you do? Amboss, you're on this guy. Okay. Mule's putting in work over here. Green. Rest until healed. How's your health? Okay, you're not bleeding or anything. Oh, don't let him shoot, please. Okay. How do I want to take this guy out? Oh, maybe we can just distract it with this. Okay, so I think we're in okay shape now. To the point where I'm just going to send Bibor to take this out. And Omboss can take out the centipede, no problem. Alright, that was, no Mufasa, no mods for mortars. The mortar accuracy is because the most recent patch made mortars more accurate based on shooting skill. And so Valentin here is a great memory 20 shooting character, which means that he is as accurate as can be. And that change has had big implications on the game from my perspective. It's kind of incredible what a difference it's made. Hey, Omboss, you're really slacking here. Can you just take down the centipede? But yeah, mortars are much, much more effective if you have good shooters. So, late game, your mortars are almost like... okay, just give them some help, Randy. Your mortars are almost like long-range snipers, which is very interesting. Okay, so... Oh, dang it. My hay is getting burned. All right, there we go. Okay, we got stuff we need to rebuild still, but all things considered, for the nature of the raid that they just threw at us, that was pretty okay. But geez, the raids today have been gnarly. Hey, Bangs, do you have... No, you don't have water skip. This is driving me bonkers. How are you doing, Hook? You don't have a leg. Tony, did you get your leg? You did. And Omboss, you need a left... You needed some legs and some arms, Omboss. We gotta get on that. Whew, alright. Someone needs to come up here and do a bit more fire extinguishing. Yeah, there's just pirate corpses everywhere. I got a little too distracted with some of the garbage out here that I didn't do a very good job cleaning up my base. There we go, get all that going. And now, hopefully we can actually put our bears on the bears list. And get them hauling. Go, my minions. This has been a lot of action in a very short time. Much of it I brought onto myself, to be sure. But, But our builder needs to get out there and replace our cannons. And we need to... looks like we've done a pretty good job cleaning up the mess. Boss, I feel like while you're recovering, I should just... Your left leg... Your left leg needs to be replaced. And it looks like your left shoulder also. Yeah. Okay, let's give you a left leg and a... Do we not have an arm in the mix? Yeah, bionic arm, left arm. There we go. So Boss is getting some improvements while we're recovering from that last fight. It looks like we have some power problems that need some help. These ones are all running just fine. These ones are running all just fine. Is it that our power lines are broken? Yeah, it does look that way. Actually, I am not so sure. This is a problem. But this is all connected. Oh yeah, this is... We lost this. And this is a huge amount of our power. Got it. There we go. That will improve our power situation significantly, because we had lost all of these windmills as well as that geothermal. And this needs improving. Boss, how you doing? Well, you're certainly up and moving. Yeah, fibrous mechanites didn't help this entire expedition either. I guess we just have too many to process. Some random headless corpse there. Okay, but yeah, I would describe things as looking a bit better. I think we've repaired most of the things that needed repairing. Uranium isn't getting moved. This is supposed to be uranium, right? It's not uranium. Okay. I did something wrong then. Copy settings, paste settings. All right. Just hate the debris all over the place. All right, now we're getting some uranium moved. We're repairing some walls. And I think with things for the moment looking a little less terrible, we may be at a good breaking point for the night. But this has been a nice stream. Thank you to everybody who swung by, said hi. Mustafa, thank you for participating. Robbie, it was amazing to see you. Croto, I know you've gone off to sleep, but thank you for swinging by and the well wishes. Bear, I was just about to get to you. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your night. And yeah. I'll be back here tomorrow. But let's give this a quick save. 37. Yeah, I'll be back here tomorrow. Same time, same place. But for now, thank you for hanging out. Have a great night, everybody. And if you're still hanging around, subscriptions are much appreciated. I'm making good progress towards monetization on YouTube, and that would be cool. But other than that, have a great night. Take it easy, and I will see you all in the next one. Bye-bye.